could please rise for the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Very good, especially front row. James, would you mind taking attendance?
Absolutely. President McDonough?
Here.
Vice President Aldred? Here. Secretary Summers? Here. Treasurer Whitney? Here. Trustee Gibson? Trustee Atchison?
Here.
And Trustee Capigiorni?
Here. Thank you. Any changes to the board agenda? I have none. Excellent. What we are all here for, item number 3, our Student Recognition Awards.
All right, good evening to the Board of Education and to our community. It's so nice to see a full house as we are gathered together today to acknowledge our most important stakeholder, our students. So it's so good to see you, and thank you for coming out in the evening. We're really grateful that the weather is holding off so that we can still have an awesome evening. So this evening we are in order by school. There is just some changes in order to accommodate kids who are coming from something else. And so bear with us if we get out of order. We're going to try to do the best that we can. And I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Anita Concha-Collins. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. And I am going to just kind of help facilitate the process today. And I'm also going to help acknowledge our students from Leonard as the principal is unable to be here tonight. Okay? So, boys and girls, when you come up to be recognized, your principal will have you stand and they will read and help our audience understand why you are being acknowledged tonight. Then you are going to very carefully, there are lots of wires here, or maybe go around they're telling me to go around the podium. Please go around the podium. And you're going to go up the stairs and across to shake hands and be acknowledged by our Board of Education and our superintendent, and down the stairs on the other side where you can just stand and wait for your principal to meet you. Your principal will then give you a certificate and walk you to the media center where we have cookies and water waiting for you. Okay? From there, families and students, you are welcomed to leave. Okay? All right, so first up, we have Clear Lake Elementary.
Okay, good evening. My name is Stephanie Nemi, and I'm the principal at Clear Lake Elementary School. This evening, I have the pleasure to recognize 4 of our Clear Lake students for their academic achievements on the M-STEP assessment that was taken last spring. So first up, I'd like to recognize Kelvin Egan. Kelvin was the top performer in his class on the M-STEP math assessment. Next, I have Molly King. Molly was the top performer for her grade level on the English Language Arts, or ELA, M-STEP assessment. Next, I have Isabella Sturza. Isabella was the top scorer within her grade level last year on the spring math M-STEP assessment. And last, I'd like to recognize Cameron Tate. He was the top performer within his grade level on the M-STEP ELA assessment.
All right, good evening. My name is Chad Boyd. I'm the principal at Daniel Axford Elementary School. Daniel Axford Elementary would like to recognize our leadership team this evening, which is led by our family school liaison, Andrea Herron, and our school instructional coach, Courtney Morin. These students were selected by their teachers to represent their classes as leaders in our school. The students model our essential agreements by being principled, caring, and safe. They lead our school announcements each day and remind students of our school essential agreements to support our school-wide PBIS program. These students also meet monthly to plan action to support our school and our community. They recently completed a food drive and will be spreading kindness during the month of December. Our DA leadership team members are Ava Anderley, Beckett Dumm, Annabelle Francis, Wyatt Greger, Zach Hickmott, Jose Gonzalez Lopez, Ellison Stazak, and Eloise Thwing.
All right, Leonard friends, would you like to please come up? On this way. Come on this way. Okay. Leonard art teacher Michaela Kirby was able to nominate the students tonight. First, we actually have Madison Gorchowski. Madison is in Mrs. Schlack's 5th grade class. She demonstrates remarkable artistic talent. Madison is always focused, a very hardworking student, sorry about that, pays close attention to every little detail in her artwork. Her projects show meticulous thought and skill. She is a wonderful addition to our art program. Congratulations, Madison. And our next Leonard student is Escher Smith, who is in Mrs. Cage's 2nd grade class. Escher shines with creativity and imagination. He always brings something new to the table, finding ways to make his projects different than everyone else's while still following the guidelines. His art is full of surprises and unique ideas, showing how much he loves to think outside of the box. His creativity and imagination are valuable parts of our art room. Congratulations, Escher. So we should be, are you, no, they're not. Yeah, they're not. Yeah. Is your first student? Yes. Oh, okay.
I would like to call Oxford Elementary up. Hi, I'm Marie Murphy. I am the principal at Oxford Elementary, and I would like to recognize 3 of our wonderful students. First up, we have Michaela Horton. Michaela. I am proud to recognize Michaela tonight. She's one of our 4th graders for her outstanding character and positive impact on our school community. Mrs. Leach, one of Michaela's teachers, shares that she shows kindness and concern for others consistently. She cares deeply about the feelings of her peers and goes out of her way to help them. She's a joy to have in her group. As principal, I've also observed Michaela's remarkable inclusivity and support for all students. Michaela genuinely builds sincere relationships with her peers. She is especially kind to students who are new to our school and who may face significant barriers to accessing the general education setting. Beyond her kindness and leadership in the classroom, Michaela is actively involved in activities such as dance, super singers, and so much more. Her dedication to both academics and extracurricular pursuits demonstrates her enthusiasm and commitment to our school community. Next up, we have Kennedy Ording. Tonight, I am proud to recognize Kennedy as one of our third graders for her outstanding contributions to our school. Kennedy's teacher shares that she is consistently demonstrating an exceptional work ethic and approaches every task with determination and a positive attitude. She is unfailingly kind and supports those around her. Kennedy's leadership skills are evident in the way she encourages others, fosters a welcoming classroom environment, and leads by example in all she does. Her dedication, compassion, and genuine commitment to our school community make her truly deserving of this honor. As principal, I have also observed Kennedy's remarkable spirit. She always has a smile on her face and brings a positive attitude wherever she goes. Kennedy's cheerful presence lifts the mood of those around her and inspires others to approach each day with optimism and kindness. Thank you, Kennedy. Lastly, Oliver Ryband, one of our fifth graders. Oxford Middle School, are you lucky next year? Oliver Ryband is an exceptional student who has compassion, leadership, and a positive spirit at OES. Oliver's teacher shared some great words about nominating him for this award tonight. His compassion and leadership within Oxford Elementary consistently shows through his thoughtful kindness towards his peers. His interactions are never performative, they are very genuine. They're respectful gestures that communicate acceptance and belonging. Recently, when an adult asked him about his caring greetings to a classmate, Oliver explained, I want her to know that I accept her and that I care. His instinct to affirm others' dignity is remarkable for a fifth grader. Oliver's class recently finished reading a novel centered on a student with special needs, which led to meaningful discussions about empathy and perceptions. During one of those lessons, the teacher shared ways to show encouragement and inclusion. Oliver internalized that message and began independently offering the same kind of caring connection to other students. In addition to this one peer, that he gives special attention to, Oliver frequently goes out of his way to include and think about others with special needs, inviting them to join activities, greeting them warmly in the hallway, and making sure they feel part of our school community. His actions come from a place of sincere understanding and compassion. Thank you, Oliver.
All right, hi, I'm Christy Sattersad. I'm the principal at Oxford Middle School, and tonight we're thrilled to celebrate 3 outstanding musicians who earned spots in the Michigan School Band and Orchestra Association All-State Ensemble. That's a mouthful. But this is a huge achievement. Over 2,500 students auditioned for only 85 spots in the All-State Band. And our 3 OMS students rose to the top with exceptional blind audition performances. They put in countless hours outside of class, learning extra music, refining technique, and showing remarkable commitment. They'll represent OMS in Grand Rapids this January at the Michigan Music Conference. So our first is Maddox Brady. Next up is Gus, but Gus actually cannot be here tonight because he is currently performing at his orchestra concert at the high school. So good job, Gus. And last but not least is Yumiko Yamazaki. And later tonight, we'll have the special treat of hearing Dax and Yumi perform the duet that they presented at the solo and ensemble this past weekend. So looking forward to that.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Domes, Assistant Principal at Oxford High School. Tonight we have 4 students that we would like to present to you guys. So if you guys could come on up. First one, Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark is a 4-year varsity starter for soccer, 3-time All-OAA Red Team, 4-year OAA Scholar Athlete, a 3-time All-District, 2-time All-Regional, 2-time All-State, including being named to the first team All-State this year. He was named an individual academic All-State as a senior. That is an award that is given out for students who reach that level for all 4 years. He was Captain Star Award winner, the 25 Wildcat Player of the Year Award winner. His coach says that Ryan has given back to the community. He has volunteered as a camp counselor for the past 4 years in the Oxford Parks and Rec Summer Youth Program. He also has volunteered for First Pick Sports. He has been a coach, a mentor, and has spent time as a referee in the Oxford soccer community. As a player, Ryan always leads by example. He is smart, skilled, and tenacious. He always supports and uplifts his teammates. The one thing that sets Ryan apart is his work rate. Whether it's a state semifinals or just a regular practice, Ryan turns himself inside out for his teammates, his fellow students, and Oxford High School. Ryan Clark is everything that we want an Oxford Wildcat to be.
Our second of our 4 nominees is another senior setting the standard. Katie Pill, unable to be here today. She is clearly doing something that is definitely worthwhile and makes us all proud to be Wildcats. Katie is a 4-year varsity golfer who finished her career as the most decorated female golfer in the 30 years of Oxford girls golf. She has been named All-League First Team all 4 years, All-County 2 years, and named All-County Dream Team and All-State Honorable Mention twice. And this year she finished 7th in the MHSAA State Finals Tournament. Because of that, she was also named the first OHS girls golfer to be named All-State. As a 3-year captain, she led the team to back-to-back sportsmanship awards, winning the Oakland County Championship and 2 league championships. She is respected by her teammates and all those who have been around her on the golf course. Katie, very impressively, is proudly continuing her academic and athletic career at Western Michigan University. Go Broncos. Our next honoree is Paige Prill. Paige just completed an outstanding season for the Oxford Wildcat women's swim and dive team. Paige was undefeated in dual meet competitions, finishing the year 10-0. She qualified for 6 championship invitational meets, finishing 4th at the Oxford Wildcat Diving Invite, 2nd at the Oakland County Championship meet, 6th at the MISCA Invitational, 2nd at the OAA Blue Division Championship, 2nd in the MHSAA Regional Championship, and 8th at the MHSAA Division I State Championship. Paige earned all conference honors and was named the team's Rookie of the Year. Paige currently sits at number 4 on the dive and number 4 on the 6 dive and 11 dive Oxford all-time top 10 list. She is also the first Oxford swimmer or diver to earn all-state recognition and All-American consideration, by the way, as a freshman. So we expect big things and look forward to it. She earned both of those this year. We appreciate her accomplishments this year.
The last student that we would like to recognize is Sonia Ruiz. Sonia was selected for principal, which is the first chair oboist for the 2nd year in a row. That's an honor that was given to her for the first time. That's an honor that was given as a first time for any Oxford High School musician. Last year, Sonia was the first 10th grader from Oxford to be selected to All-State, and band director Jim Gibbons states that Sonia's passion for music is unmatched.
Hi there, my name is Christy Gibson Marshall, and I have been standing in as acting principal at Bridges High School. And Aletha's right over here. I just want to recognize that she's here and honor her. We have two students. We have two students that we would like to recognize, and I'm so proud of them. They came in suits today. They are so snazzy. The first one up is going to be Dylan Carr. It is with great pleasure that we commend Dylan Carr for being named Student of the Month at OSTC. That's, for old folks, it's OTEC. This recognition is truly well-deserved and highlights his exceptional dedication to both inside and outside of the classroom. Dylan consistently demonstrates remarkable ability to balance his school and work responsibilities. This level of maturity and commitment to his obligation is commendable and sets a wonderful example for his peers. Beyond managing his time effectively, Dylan exhibits a strong aptitude for learning a new material and, more importantly, successfully applying that knowledge in different situations. This critical skill is a powerful indicator of his future success. Through his hard work in school and his efforts outside of it, Dylan has shown significant academic and personal growth. He has developed into a truly fine young man, and we are incredibly proud of his accomplishments and look forward to witnessing his continued success. Congratulations, Dylan. The next student that we would like to recognize is Rafael Ocasio. Raf is all smiles. You're going to notice that about him right away. We are recognizing him for his outstanding demonstration of maturity and commitment to his future. Raf's growth throughout his academic journey has been truly inspiring, particularly his focus on his approach toward graduation and his focus on his next steps. Raf consistently asks thoughtful and insightful questions about college applications and potential career pathways, illustrating a deep sense of commitment to shaping his own successful future. Beyond his academic dedication, Raf is truly a kind and considerate member of our school community. He makes genuine effort to connect with his peers and teachers, frequently taking the time to ask others how they are doing, checking in, and making sure that his community is doing well. This empathy, coupled with his wonderful sense of humor, spreads joy and positivity in every room he enters. His smile and funny demeanor lifts the spirits of those around him. We are incredibly proud of the considerable and remarkable personal growth that Rafael Ocasio has demonstrated. Congratulations, Raf. You deserve this.
Good evening. I'm the principal of Oxford Virtual Academy, and I hold the dual role of Executive Director of Innovative and Alternative Learning. We are a DK through 12 school, and I have my administrative team here with me, and they're going to present our students that we're so proud of. We have a unique program in that we partner with hybrid locations and students all over Southeast Michigan. So we're super excited. It's our favorite night of the year because oftentimes these are one of the few nights we get to see some of our students in person. So I'm gonna turn it over. Karen Brown is our assistant. I think we're gonna go, oh, okay. So we'll go backwards then. Do you wanna, okay. Dan Miller, you wanna, middle school. Here you go, we'll start here.
All right, we'll start in the middle. All right, the first two students we'd like to recognize tonight are very special. Not only are they exceptional students at Dragonfly Hybrid, They're also sisters. And so if they don't mind, and their parents, I feel they don't mind, we bring them up together. And that is Eloise and Ina Brennan. We are proud to celebrate sisters Eloise, 8th grade, and Ina, 6th grade, for their exceptional dedication to service and positive influence within the school and community. These students actively model leadership and selflessness by volunteering their time in multiple roles at their church. They serve together as Awana leaders on Wednesday nights. Eloise and Ina further commit their time by shining their bright light in their children's nursery. On top of this, the sisters work with their father by doing construction projects that benefit the local homeless shelter. Both Eloise and Ina carry themselves with a positive demeanor that makes a significant impact on our school and in our community. They are both actively working toward getting involved with their youth singing worship band, demonstrating their well-rounded interest and commitment to the arts, as they are both avid writers. We are incredibly thankful for their service to others.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dan Miller. I'm the assistant principal for the high school at OVA. We wanted to lift up and recognize students that not only excel academically, but also spend their time giving back to the community. So we have 2 high schoolers we would like to recognize. Unfortunately, due to their schedule and prior commitments, neither of them could make it, but we would still like to recognize them. So first we have Ozil Cantu. He's a 12th grade student who attends at Renaissance Hybrid location. He's serving his 2nd year as our OVA NHS president and has overseen several charitable drives. He is currently coordinating and helping to collect winter coats for the Bundle Up drive with Oxford Open Handed. Ozil also volunteers with the local Little League organization, coaching and mentoring young players. And the team he volunteers with recently finished 2nd in District 5. Ozil was nominated by his NHS sponsor, Mr. Crane. Our second high schooler is Kaylin Eller. Kaylin is an 11th grader in the OSEC program who attends Dragonfly Hybrid. Oh, hi, Kaylin. Kaylin maintains a GPA of above a 4.0 and does a remarkable job balancing her job, high school, and college classes, and numerous other involvements. She is on the OHS wrestling team and also spends her time serving her community. Kaylin volunteers at her church, where she helps to hand out free meals every Wednesday, and just last week was out in the cold weather selling newspapers to help fund the program. She is dedicated to what she does and is so incredibly kind. Kaylin was nominated by her mentor teacher, Mrs. Herrick.
Good evening. I'm Karen Brown, the assistant principal for elementary at OVA. I am beyond proud to honor 3 5th graders at our Oxford Hybrid location, not only for their academic performance, but also their citizenship. We have Raylan Johnson, Lillian Labrowski, and Berkeley Sawchuk, who was unable to attend tonight. Their mentor, Mrs. Krista Collins, praises their consistent hard work, thoughtful academics, and kindness as supportive classmates over the past few years. Along with Oxford Hybrid directors Jean Hotchkiss and Misty Martin, we are so proud of their hard work.
And last but not least, back to the middle, we have Elijah Whitney, 7th grader at Dragonfly Hybrid. Elijah is recognized for being an exceptionally active, enthusiastic, and dedicated student across multiple disciplines. Elijah is a multi-talented individual demonstrating excellence in several areas. Athletics. In the fall, Elijah played wide receiver and safety for the 7th grade OMS Wildcat football team. When I asked him what was his jersey number, he told me number 16. And I said, "Do you know who Joe Montana is?" And he said yes. So that's a big win in my book. In the arts, he successfully auditioned twice and has recently cast as part of the ensemble for the OHS musical production of Frozen. For academics, Elijah is an honor roll student who tested into advanced math. Due to the flexibility of OVA's hybrid offerings, he was easily placed in 8th grade math as a 7th grader. And robotics. This is Elijah's second year in middle school robotics. And for the second year, he was selected as the driver of the robot at competitions. In fact, Elijah Robotics team, the Oxford Cyborg Cats, just completed this past Saturday where they qualified for states. Congratulations. This is a really big deal. The states competition will take place this coming weekend, as the Cyborg Cats are the only OMS team that qualified this year. Elijah is very excited. Beyond his school commitments, Elijah is actively involved in the 42 Strong mentorship program. In his personal time, he is an avid fishing enthusiast and funds his hobby by making and preparing homemade elderberry syrup, which he sells to purchase lures and live bait. Elijah Whitney.
All right. Thank you all. It's my honor as the new principal at Crossroads Day School to recognize some of our students this year. Unfortunately, all of our students couldn't be out tonight, but we were able to bring our young ladies who, these students in particular, are being recognized for their consistent positive behavior throughout the month. Each day they are prompt and ready, meaning they come to class prepared and ready to learn, with their thinking caps on. They are continuously following directions and maintaining a positive attitude throughout the day. Their commitment to their academics is shown each day through their online learning platforms and their seated classes. And each of these students are able to maintain self-control throughout the month using appropriate language and refraining from any type of conflict with peers or staff. We have many students who have demonstrated these positive behaviors, but especially wanted to recognize our girls unit because they have shown these behaviors consistently since August. So it's not just the last 4 weeks, but it's actually these 4 girls have been consistently on Green Sheet for the last few months. And so that is quite an accomplishment. We don't have a lot of students that are able to be that consistent in our program. So let's start out with, you're gonna cycle through. We've got Ashley Elliott is the first student we want to recognize. Ashley is a 10th grade student. She was actually, in addition to being one of our Green Sheet students for the month, she was actually Student of the Month in October. So she was recognized in October. It was our pleasure to have her picture taken with our cabinet team in their costumes for Halloween, actually, so that was kind of a treat. Our next student is Chloe Campbell. Chloe is a 10th grade student, and she was actually last May's Student of the Month. So Chloe, congratulations. Next, we have Talia Zumbro. Talia is an 11th grade student, and she was our most recent Student of the Month for November. So congratulations, Talia. Skylar Melton is one of our gentlemen in our boys unit, and Skylar actually met our Green Sheet lunch for the month of November, but he was not able to be with us tonight. We have Cameron Phillips, who is also one of our male students. Cameron is a senior. He is actually he finished his last class this week to graduate. So he's looking forward to actually coming before a board meeting and receiving his diploma while he's part of Crossroads Day School. Elise Rolls is our next student. Elise is our 12th grade. Elise is a 12th grader. Elise was our September Student of the Month. She is finishing her final couple of classes to meet her graduation requirements, and our counselor, Ms. Greenspan, is working with Elise to pursue post-high school at Northern Michigan University. So Elise is working on that. We've got Martin Shirley, who is one of our gentlemen, was part of our Green Sheet lunches for the month of November. We should have one more. Jamarcus West is also one of our gentlemen who would love to have been here tonight but wasn't able to. So, thank you.
Alrighty, good evening, everyone. I am Kristen Gwynn. I'm the principal at Lakeville Elementary, and we're ending our student recognition with a really fun group of kids. We are recognizing at Lakeville our Pace Boys Running Club, and it's really fun to watch these boys train. They trained all fall and concluded their with a participation of a 5K run on Belle Isle on November 16th. And I know she doesn't want recognition, but I'm going to give it to her. This isn't possible without the work of Holly LaCrone, who's running away as I speak. So please, big round of applause for Holly. She's amazing. She facilitates our boys run program and also our girls run program, and she truly loves it. Many of you know that my work as a principal a lot of my work happens after and before the school day. So it's a lot of fun to see these kids run and run and run around the school, and Holly's right there with them. So it's incredible. All right, here we go. To lead us off, I'm sorry, I have to put my glasses on. I apologize. Dayton Caraway. Come on out, Dayton. Next, we have Olin Dickinson. Reed Gardner. Everett Getz. We also have Fisher Getz. Will Noss is not with us tonight because I believe, Canas, sorry. He's got basketball over at Lakeville right now. We also have Oliver, who was not able to be with us this evening, but we do have Henrik Shornack, Landon Shornack, and also Brady Vandenbush. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to recognize our students. We really, really appreciate that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. As everyone is kind of dispersing and going to find their well-earned cookies, we can move into the next item on our agenda. We have scheduled public comment, and there is one this evening, Megan Eller.
All right. Good evening. I'm Megan Eller. I think most of you guys know me here, but I am one of the Parent Advisory Committee representatives for Oxford. I'm the parent of 3 current Oxford students and 1 Oxford graduate. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express my strong support for the approval of the Special Education Center. Right now, our students with severe disabilities face barriers that we as a district have the ability and the responsibility to remove. Currently, our special education district students miss out on an environment uniquely designed to help them thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. A special education center sends a powerful message that our students with disabilities are not just an afterthought, they are a priority. Approving this center is an investment in a stronger, more compassionate district that is an investment that will pay dividends for decades through higher student achievement, improved staff retention, and greater community trust. I know this because one of my children spent 3 of their crucial developmental years at a center. We were losing hope in education, but the center forever changed our view on the educational system. At the center, my child learned educational skills, but more importantly, he learned social skills that have helped shape him into who he is today. He learned the skills needed to be a successful student, friend, employee, and eventually a thriving adult. My child went from being the bad child to the thriving child, the misunderstood child to the loved and supported child. My child went from never wanting to leave the house to never wanting to miss school. A center is a community for special education students, parents, and staff. It's a place where students can feel at home, feel supported, feel loved. It's a place where they can get everything they need. It's their community. It's a place where parents can feel that their child is not a burden, where they can feel supported, where they know all of their child's needs are being taken care of. It's a place where the staff can work with like-minded individuals and build a community of peers. My child now has good grades, plays school sports, is involved in the community, has held a job in the community, and is driving, all thanks to the support we receive through the center-based education. I would love for other students to have the same opportunities that my son has had. Since Pine Tree closed, there's a huge hole that needs to be filled. Tonight, I ask that you vote yes to approve the center. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Megan.
Excuse me, board. I find it very compelling to discuss some information that's come to light. Pardon me, this may be tough. So on December 5th, we have experienced the loss of a community member, but in this particular case, it is not just a community member, it is the mother of Tate Muir due to cancer. I want to make sure that everyone knows, if you don't already, that the memorial visitation as well as the celebration of life is being held this Saturday at the Kensington Church in Lake Orion. The memorial visitation starts at 10 a.m. The celebration of life starts at noon. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that, Mike. Moving into item number 5, our consent agenda. We have our bills payable, updates, and meeting minutes. If anybody would like to make that motion, you're going to have to speak up this evening because I have no peripheral vision up here.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Mike.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support. James, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Into item 6, our superintendent's report with Dr. Milligan.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight many of the great things that are going on in our district. First of all, obviously, our students are such a huge highlight. So congratulations to all of our student award recipients tonight. It's such a proud moment to honor our amazing students. So thank you all for being here. Before I get started, I would like to ground us in our strategic plan, our vision, empowering learners, building community, and inspiring futures, driven by our mission, which is providing a supportive, safe, and opportunity-rich educational experience that fosters belonging, builds self-empowerment, and prepares learners to contribute to a connected community. And finally, our core values: empowerment, belonging, innovation, and integrity. And with that, I'd like to share some highlights. Tonight, I will highlight a new teacher grant that the district was awarded. I'll share some staff crafting experiences that we've had. I'm going to lift up our superintendent student ambassador meeting. Several of my ambassadors are here tonight, super excited. I'll share some school and department highlights, and then finally we'll have some presentations. Allison Williman will finalize her safety update. She's been giving us a very broad overview of the many safety features that we have in the district. We'll have our Oxford Middle School presentation and duet that'll perform for us, so that's very exciting. And then we'll have our center-based program presentation. So starting us off, we have our MDE New Educator Grant, which was awarded to Oxford Community Schools. The goal of this grant is to address statewide teacher shortage by improving instructional quality, enhancing classroom management skills, and limiting staff turnover, ultimately improving student achievement. This directly aligns with our strategic goal number 3, empowered and engaged team. So the core areas that the funding will support include enhanced mentoring programs, professional development opportunities, and resources like books, training, and dedicated time for staff to provide support. So thank you for the team that wrote the grant. We're super excited to be included in this grant to strengthen our support for new teachers. Of course, we have the joy of the season. This was a crafting opportunity. It provided a dedicated low pressure for our amazing OCS staff to connect, de-stress, and foster interbuilding relationship outside of their job-specific duties. So we had this at OEIC, and we encouraged them to shift from their to-do list, which we all have, very long, to more of the human connection. So this contributes to our wellness and belonging. And I know you're all dying to know which craft was mine, so here you go. I had to bust out the glitter and make a merry and bright. So it was a wonderful opportunity for staff to come together. They were singing songs and making a mess, and that was awesome. All right, don't get me started talking about my student ambassadors. They are phenomenal. They came together last week with our high school student ambassadors. We're working on the portrait of a graduate. We want as much student input as possible because the portrait is of our students. And so they essentially gave their perspectives on a variety of portrait of a graduate concepts. And we made sure to elevate student voice and foster a sense of belonging, that they are a part of the process. They're not done to, they are done with. So they were so mature, had so many great ideas. I loved their conversations about, you know, what are some things they'd like to see in the classroom to support their skills. And they were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So great job, student ambassadors. So proud of your work and so proud to have an opportunity to work with you. All right, school highlights. We have Lakeville has lots of highlights. Principal Gwen just gushes with pride with all of the things that are happening in her school. So I'm so grateful that she shares those with me so that I can share them here. So these pictures are of Lakeville International Games Day. This is a collaboration with the amazing specials teachers. Students learn more about different cultures as they learn how to play traditional games specific to other countries, as well as make instruments and create works of art. They also had a collaboration between Mr. Gray's 8th grade drama class and all of Lakeville's 2nd graders. In October, Lakeville's 2nd graders wrote original stories and shared them with Mr. Gray's students. The 8th grade students then selected the stories they would bring to life in a live performance at Lakeville. How cool is that? Now that looks very dramatic, the young man laying on the floor. So, well done. Oh, that's yours. Great. Well done, James. Surprise, you have a dramatic child. All right. Also at Lakeville, they're celebrating spirit, smiles, and special moments. They've been buzzing with excitement thanks to a variety of fun and engaging activities. So what you see up here, brave staff members volunteered to be pied by students as a reward for the successful Wildcat Dash, creating lots of laughter and school spirit. The second picture is of the new chess club led by school psychologist Scott Nolan. It's launched for 4th and 5th grade students who now meet weekly to sharpen their skills and enjoy friendly competition. The third picture there, students also celebrated earning enough pause tickets through the PBIS program with a school-wide magic show that delighted everyone. And finally, the last picture there, adding to the festive cheer, the PTA-supported Santa Shop opened its doors, giving students a chance to shop for gifts for their loved ones and spread holiday joy. Clear Lake also had a lot of fun and exciting experiences for students. So this picture is a Clear Lake music concert, 5th grade. The Clear Lake 5th graders put on a great performance at their music concert. The concert songs range from The Greatest Show, that showcased student gymnasts, Kiss the Sky, which included soloist singer Evie Plas, and The Eye of the Tiger, played on the recorder, as well as a solo guitar performance by Spencer Tenbush. Students also sang Fireflies, which included choreographed finger light show. Clear Lake musicians are led by music teacher Sydney Horonic. Also at Clear Lake, we have 42 Strong Junior. 2nd and 4th grade Clear Lake PBIS pals met this month to learn about the trait Teachable together. They practice being teachable while designing and building a marble maze where the mentor-mentee buddies had to learn from each other throughout the activity. November PBIS celebration, Clear Lake students celebrated their positive behaviors with a special fall treat of donuts and cider with their PBIS pals. Thank you to Miss Teen and Miss Katie from Food Services for baking and frosting all of the donuts. They were delicious. On to our middle school. We have our Students Connecting Students. The high school students visited the middle school to help students build relationships and strengthen peer connections through the Oveus Bully Prevention Program used in advisory. This partnership supports a positive school climate by promoting safety, respect, and stronger peer relationships. Also, we have our special ed department, Oxford PAC, Megan Eller and Emily Lesnow, along with administrators Pam Beal and Jessica Taylor, participated in Oakland County's annual collaboration night hosted by PAC and SEAOC with a focus on inclusion and action. The event highlighted meaningful ways to ensure students with disabilities are fully included in classrooms and extracurricular activities. So thank you for all of our team who shared these incredible highlights. All right, up next, we have additional updates. We'll start with Dr. Williman, and then we'll head into our middle school presentation and performance, and then our center-based program proposal. Dr. Williman?
Okay, good evening. And as Dr. Milligan said, this is the last of our presentations using the safety one-pager. When I was in the classroom, this was what we would refer to as an anchor chart. And so it's been a great opportunity the last couple of months to use this anchor chart to be able to reference it, to look at our multi-hazard, very complex school safety and security department. And so much like in a classroom, we use anchor charts so that kids have that repeated spot that they can go to with multiple pieces of information. This has been the same type of thing we've been able to do here. So I know we've been looking at the same one for a while, but as you know, it's taken a couple of months for us to be able to get through all of this. So I do appreciate Dr. Milligan and the board giving me this time. So we are going to review threat and suicide risk assessment, prepare workshops 1 and 2, and safety committees tonight. So for threat assessment, here in Oxford, we have multidisciplinary teams that make up our threat assessment. It's at least one school administrator, a school-based mental health professional with at least a master's degree, and a school resource officer who participate on each either screener or full assessment. Additionally, if teachers need to be involved or if the student has an IEP, 504, receives L services, anything like that, we would have additional team members be part of that. We do have fully trained campus and district level threat assessment teams, and we do have 2 trainers within the district. I am trained through a grant from the Michigan State Police Office of School Safety in the NTAC model, which is the model we use. It's the National Threat Assessment Model, also known as the Secret Service Model. And additionally, Melissa Cree and I, Melissa is one of our school psychologists, we are master threat assessment trainers through the Department of Homeland Security. This allows us to be able to give training both to our threat assessment teams as well as community trainings. And then our suicide risk assessment, it's very similar to our threat assessment where it is a multidisciplinary team, but there's some small difference with this. We still have a school administrator who's on the team, but we have at least 2 school-based mental health professionals with at least a master's who serve on that team, and then our school resource officer. And then much like with our threat assessment process, if the student has a 504, IEP, receives any sort of English language services, any other components that may lead to that multidisciplinary team having more pieces to the puzzle, having that staff that would be our value add, they would be part of the team as well. And we do have, again, trained teams at the campus and the district level. The model that we use for suicide risk assessment is the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. That's through the Lighthouse Project. And if you click on the hyperlinks for threat suicide risk assessment, that's going to take you to where it is. The Columbia model is publicly available, so you're able to see what we use for both elementary and secondary, the tool itself. Where threat assessment is not publicly available, but you can go to the National Threat Assessment Center's website to be able to look at the different guides that they have and be able to look at the overall process. Also looking at our board policies and our administrative guidelines on this. Next, we have Prepare Workshops 1 and 2. Prepare is something that was adopted by Oakland schools, and it really focuses on taking that emergency management language and bringing it into schools. Because emergency managers don't tend to speak educators, and educators don't tend to speak emergency management. So how do we bring those 2 worlds together? And so Dr. Melissa Reeves and Dr. Stephen Brock came together and worked with emergency managers to create what's going to work for both of us so we can have that common language, because that's really important in any sort of emergency, that we can understand each other. And so Prepare Workshop 1 covers all 5 phases of emergency management, and we have 2 trainers within the district for that. And then Prepare Workshop 2 focuses on the response and recovery piece, so more of the mental health component of it, and we have 3 trainers within the district for that. And that's part of how we train our campuses for the incident command system. So in the event that there's any of the multi-hazard emergencies that could occur, we have that same type of emergency management incident command system set up that you would see with our first responders, where they talk about having a command staff and section chiefs and things like that. And one thing that I really like about the Prepare curriculum is within the command staff, so the leaders, the top area, they also have a mental health officer that's paying attention not only to the mental health of the students, but paying attention to the mental health of the adults, which I think is so key as we're addressing any of the multi-hazard emergencies that could occur in this district. And then the last thing is our safety committees. We do have a couple here. We have our district safety committee. That is one that has both people representative from the district, from the various facets, whether it's administrative assistant, elementary principal, food services, transportation, technology. And then we have out of district, our first responder partners. We have also emergency management. McLaren sends a representative. We have board members, we have parents, the prosecutor's office, Parks and Rec. And it really is a place for us to sit and be able to discuss various things that come up within the district. They serve as an advisory board. It's not a decision-making body, but it is one where we sit. Typically before we bring the EOP to the board, our emergency operation plans, we will sit with the EOP and go page by page. And then they're going to give I tend to do sticky notes because I enjoy that more. It helps me as I'm going back through them to be able to give that real feedback. Or if there is different board policies that need to go before the policy committee, we're going to engage with our local first responders and the district safety committee there so that we're able to bring informed decisions and ideas to the policy committee before it's brought here. Additionally, we have the Parent Safety Advisory Board. This is a group of parents who have expertise area in some form of the multi-hazard emergencies that we may be able to address, ranging from medical to government to to mental health. And so being able to have that avenue, it was great this year. Earlier this year, we were able to discuss our re-entry meetings and what that looks like from a parent perspective. So these parents were able to look at it through their expertise area, but also as a parent, if a threat assessment, a suicide risk assessment had just been completed, what is going to help me feel comfortable as I'm sitting in this meeting? Because any meeting like that can be a little intimidating, so how can we make this a little better to partner with our families? And so again, not a decision-making body, an advisory board, but it's very helpful to seek input from people like that as we're engaging in this work. And so that is the last 3 parts of our anchor chart. Any questions?
I just had a quick follow-up, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but for the community trainings, as far as the Prepare model and the Homeland Security model, do you have an estimated timeline for when that will begin?
Yes, we are looking at, the training that Melissa Cree and I are certified to give, it's called TARO. It's Threat Evaluation and Reporting Overview, and we are looking at doing a webinar in February. I do not have the exact date yet. We still need to plan that out, and then doing an in-person one in April.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes. And so in January, we'll have some data from the first semester of threat assessment, suicide risk assessment, and bullying.
Okay.
All right.
Looking
Thank you.
forward to that. Thank you, Allison.
All right, Ms. Satterstedt and her amazing students.
All right, hello again. My name is Christy Satterstedt. I am the principal at Oxford Middle School. I'm actually going to hand it over to our band director right now, Mr. Schmaltz.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brad Schmaltz. I'm the band director here at OMS, and I have the privilege to introduce these 2 to you tonight. They were recognized earlier because they're both participating in the Michigan School Band and Orchestra Association All-State Ensemble this January, where we have a giant music conference in Grand Rapids every year where all the music teachers come together and we talk shop. And we also get to see the best that the state has to offer. These two prepared a piece on their own for Solon Ensemble, an event that's held every December for our middle school students, where they go and play for a professional and get feedback on how to get better. And these two actually got the highest rating on Saturday for their duet. So congratulations to Dex and Yumi. But they are going to present to you tonight Vivace by Haydn.
Thank you guys so much. Can you see why they got recognized for the All-State Band? Wonderful job. Thank you, Dex and Yumi. Appreciate you. Now go home and put some spoons under your pillow and ice cubes in the toilet, right?
No.
Thank you, guys. All right, so joining me tonight are superintendent student ambassadors. I am saving them for the end, the best for last, right? So thank you for joining me tonight. I really appreciate it. So first off, I just want to share the purpose of this presentation. We're going to gain an understanding of our school quality results, also of our state and local assessments, and to increase our understanding of how we are addressing problem solving and data analysis and math. And then our student ambassadors are going to be sharing our points of pride. So for those of you not familiar with Oxford Middle School, we currently sit at 958 students. We have 112 staff members, 1 facility therapy dog, and 47 advisory classes with a 1-to-20 ratio. I want to lift that up because those 47 small advisory classes really help us to embody our core values here at Oxford Community Schools of empowerment, belonging, innovation, and integrity. So these goals, you've seen them before. These are our new strategic plan goals, and I'm just going to lift them up again. Our first one is to strengthen a culture of safety, support, and connection across our schools to foster an increased sense of belonging. Goal number 2 is to prepare students to be knowledgeable and creative critical thinkers who can communicate and collaborate effectively. And third is cultivate an engaged and growth-oriented team dedicated to our district mission. Okay, so first, let's get into our school quality results. So our first set here, they are all directly tied to our strategic plan, goal number 1, which is safe, supportive, and connected schools. Now, in our school quality results, we received really high marks on this. So the first one is that there is a teacher, counselor, or other staff member to whom a student can go to for help with a school problem. We received extremely good marks on this. We have 87% of parents agreed with this, students said 90%, and staff was at 100%. Now, to make sure that we are doing everything that we can do to ensure that someone has a trusted adult is called a Trusted Adult Survey. We do this 3 times a year, and we ask the students to specifically identify what adult in the building they can go to. During Q1, we did this about a month and a half into this school year, we had 94% of our students already identifying someone that they trust and can go to for support. So what about those other 6%? We have intentional meetings. Our counselors pull out that 6%, and they have one-on-one meetings to help understand what the barrier is. You know, are they just new to the district? You know, do they have trouble making connections, things like that. So the counselor makes those intentional connections and help them connect with a trusted adult. Next up, I wanted to lift this up from the student quality result. And the statement was, at school, I feel that I belong. And this is directly tied to our strategic plan value of belonging. So we're at 82% right now, and through our advisory program, we are really trying to make those connections with our restorative practices that all of our staff is trained in. So for those of you not familiar with restorative practices, it is intentional community building time, where we talk about ourselves, we talk about each other, our likes, dislikes, you know, everything that's going on in the world. So make those connections and make them feel like they belong. Lastly, I wanted to lift up all students are aware of safety and security procedures. We are holding strong from 23-24 to this year, and we continue to teach our students those expectations in those advisory classes, and we even give them opportunities to practice with the night lock tools so that they can feel confident that they can act in case of an emergency. So next up is our lowest ranking indicators. So just so you know, the lower the percentage on this slide is better, okay? So discipline is enforced fairly. You'll probably see this in every school presentation around the country, that people just, they feel like discipline isn't enforced fairly. That's something that we're working on teaching, you know, students, staff, parents about things to consider, right? We have factors to consider when we are disciplining a child for their rule-breaking behaviors, and what seems appropriate for one student may not be appropriate for another. So we're trying to teach our community that we are disciplining fairly. Next up, teachers successfully show students how lessons relate to life outside of school. In 23-24, 45% of our students disagreed with this statement, which is a lot. So last year, we intentionally had the students engage in some platforms where they could explore different careers and whatever interests them. And it was kind of like, you know, kind of whenever you had time to do it, right? But this year, we have it intentionally built into our academic advisory so that at least once a week, they are going to be logging into what's called Pathful to gain that experience so that they can figure out what careers interest them and what they like, and you know, how the lessons relate to life outside of school. I think the one that I'm most proud of on this slide is from our staff school quality results. And we asked them about professional development time that we offer them throughout the school year. And the statement was, it gave me knowledge or skills I can use in my job. In 23-24, 28% of them disagreed or strongly disagreed. And last year, we did intentional staff surveys to ask them what they needed to improve their practice so that they could transfer that knowledge into the classroom. And at the end of last year, we reduced that to 18%. So that was a big gain for us, and I'm looking forward to the results for this year. Okay, so now we're going to move into gaining an understanding of our state and local assessments, and then increasing understanding of how we're addressing problem solving and data analysis in math. And then we're going to get to you guys, okay? All right, so here's our state assessment data. We have the MSTEP and PSAT shown on this slide for reading. On the far left, you'll see our current 9th graders. So in 6th grade, they were showing 32% proficient. In 7th grade, they were showing, that orange one, they were showing 35 proficient. And then in 8th grade, when they engage in the PSAT, they shot up to 75% proficient or advanced. So that is a huge gain for us. The light blue column that you see there is the statewide data. So for the PSAT last year, we were 10% above the state data. Current 8th graders, we had 6th grade, they were at 48%. 7th grade dipped a little bit to 45%, and then they haven't taken the PSAT, but we are expecting that it will mirror the current 9th graders. And the statewide data there was 39%. So our current 7th graders last year were sitting at 42%, which was also above the statewide data. I'm going to move into our math data. You can see almost across the board we're sitting at about 35% proficient, and we are above the statewide data. The current 7th graders, that was a large increase at 47% proficient. So we use this data as a snapshot. It's just one little grain of salt that we use when we are looking at how we're going to plan for students and interventions. But the next couple slides I'm going to show you are our local assessments. So we take this STAR assessment 3 times a year, and the green and the blue are at or above benchmark, and then the blue is actually well above benchmark. So it's almost completely opposite from the slides that I just showed you. And this is what mirrors in the classroom. We see students being successful in the classroom. We had, I think, 750 students on the honor roll this quarter. So this data is what we're seeing in the classroom. But we do use, for those students that are in the yellow or red, we use this data to decide who needs intervention. So for reading, we have what's called a literacy lab class, where those students that are almost at proficiency level have a literacy lab in place of one of their electives, where they are digging into the skills that they need to get up to the grade level. Okay. We also have push-in classes where a general education teacher will join another classroom, and there will be 2 teachers in the classroom to help support that growth of those students too. In math, you're going to see the same thing. It's amazing. Completely different than the MSTEP results. But again, this is what we're seeing in the classroom every day. The majority of our students are at or above benchmark, and then we have about, I'd say 30% at the bottom level that need that intervention. A lot of these students are receiving individualized services already, so they have what's called an IEP. So they have goals set every year and a team that is surrounding them to provide the skills that they need. We also have Math Lab, so that's very similar to the Literacy Lab, where we have those general education students take that as an elective to increase their skills. Okay, so I just want to lift up one of our areas that we're working on this year, and that's to improve our math performance. Extremely proud of this team teaching pilot that we're doing this school year with our 6th grade math teachers. Ms. Milligan was in the classroom just 2 days ago watching the magic happen. So there are 2 highly qualified math teachers in one classroom supporting those students that are just on the cusp of proficiency. So it is amazing to watch these teachers work together and really provide the students with what they need to become successful. We are also exploring a co-teaching model and supporting teachers in developing their relationships with each other. You know, so often you walk into a classroom and it's my classroom, right? But when you have another adult joining you, you need to be on the same page. You need to know how each other works. So we're exploring giving those teachers opportunities to have that time to develop those relationships so that they can be the best for the students. And then lastly, academic advisory. We have implemented a program that's called IXL, and this allows the students to practice skills that they are lacking. Okay, so it's specifically and individualized to them so that they can use that time to get what they need so that they can improve their performance. Okay, ready? Save the best for last. So I'd like to introduce Superintendent Student Ambassadors Cassidy Graft and Gabrielle Wernes. Not in attendance tonight, but greatly appreciated. It is Mackenzie Peterson and Madeline Hill. So we appreciate them and miss them. All right, you girls ready? Okay.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Wernes. I'm an 8th grade student ambassador at Oxford Middle School. We're here to talk about what makes OMS great, including our WEB program for incoming 6th graders who need help and guidance. WEB is a leadership program run by Miss Kelly and Miss Brennan, who are both 6th grade teachers here at the middle school. You might ask what a WEB leader is. A WEB leader is an 8th grade student who mentors young students in 6th grade to help them transition smoothly to middle school, acting as a positive role model, guide, and peer leader through activities such as orientation and ongoing support. Now I'm going to talk about our leadership teams, SSA and Student Council. What is SSA, you might ask? Superintendent Student Ambassador, a student leader that is selected to represent their school and district, providing student voice to superintendent and leadership, gaining a career exposure and participating in district events to foster better communication and positive community engagement. You might know what Student Council is, but not everyone does. It is an elected student government that represents the student body, acting as a liaison to teachers and administration, organizing school activities like dances, fundraisers, spirit events, developing leadership skills, promoting school spirit, and addressing student concerns to improve the overall environment and culture. You might know about 2 months ago, SSA and the Oxford Middle School Student Council teamed up and went to a leadership lab where we learned to talk about the periodic table of leadership and where we learned many ways of leadership. I'm going to talk about advisories. Here at the middle school, we have around 20 kids in each advisory. They are nice and small, where they connect with other students they haven't before, and build relationships, social, emotional growth, building community and academic support, helping students develop self-advocacy, navigate challenges, learn life skills like digital citizenship, and foster strong student connections in a safe, non-graded environment, preparing them for future success. The last thing I'm going to talk about is assemblies. We try to at least get together as a whole school a couple times a month, allowing students to connect with each other and build an engaging, interactive experiences focused on themes like leadership and academics. Some of the fun events we do is staff versus students, where teachers come together and verse students in friendly games. We have holiday assemblies where teachers dress up, have some fun, like Halloween and Christmas, and many more activities. Now I'm going to hand it off to Cassidy Graft.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Graft. I'm in 7th grade, and I'm also a student ambassador. Today I will be talking about the OMS dance team, Student of the Month, how a classroom environment affects a student's learning, and the new technology at OMS. First is the dance team. The coach is Mrs. DeVersa, who is a teacher at OMS. There are currently about 25 members on the team. A big part of the dance team is connection. When you're on a team, you build relationship with others and express your interests. It started just last year where they performed at boys basketball games. This year they added performing at the middle school football games. They also perform at pep assemblies here at OMS. Now I will be talking about Student of the Month. Every month, a student at OMS is elected by each advisory teacher to receive a certificate and a donut. These rewards encourage students to embody the learner profile traits, such as caring, principal, or a communicator. Now I will be talking about how a classroom environment affects a student's learning. By transforming a classroom, students become more engaged in their learning. Not only does the right classroom environment help learning, it also helps students feel seen and safe. I will lastly be talking about the new technology at OMS. OMS got new computers in the STEM labs this year. We also got new Chromebooks that OMS students will be holding on to until they graduate. This teaches students responsibility by giving us something to take care of. It also teaches students how to use the internet responsibly, like using trusted websites. Thank you.
They did so good. I'm so proud of you guys. That's all we have for you tonight. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right, Ms. Beal and team.
Good evening, everyone. I know that this is a board presentation, but I just did want to welcome anybody in the audience. I know you're very dispersed, so if you feel like you can't see the screen, I welcome you to come closer just so that you feel like you have the information in front of you. Thank you for having us present tonight on the proposal to open an autism spectrum disorder center-based program in Oxford. My name is Pam Beal, and I am the Executive Director of Special Populations. I'm joined by my colleagues tonight, Courtney Makowski, our Finance Director, and Jessica Taylor, our Director of Special Education Programs. Jessica is providing oversight to our elementary self-contained programs in the district, and should we open a center, she would transition to being the building administrator. So tonight, we are going to cover 4 key areas. First, what is center programming, how we plan to finance the project, we'll review the proposed location and plans, and we will address concerns that have been brought up through various phases of feedback. This proposal is the result of extensive collaboration and feedback collected from April through December of 2025. We have engaged with several key stakeholders, including the Board of Ed. This included Finance Committee meetings, full board discussions, site visits, the July board presentation. We also gathered input from via a Google form and provided Monday memo updates. Oakland Schools, we've had information gathering meetings, site visits, and ongoing consultation with them. We have also consulted with directors and staff from other center programs through ongoing discussions and a central coordination work group. Our Oxford PAC, Emily Lesnow and Megan Eller, have been extremely helpful in relaying feedback from the community and helping us refine the plan in our presentation. They have challenged us from many angles and helped us grow in our thinking. And families in the community. We have maintained ongoing consultation with families. We've presented at the Community of the Whole and have provided ongoing staff updates. I want to extend a very special thank you tonight to the families of our students. Thank you for sharing your children with us. This proposal is aligned with our district's strategic plan. It supports our core values, mission, and vision, and it is directly connected to all 4 of the strategic goals. Keeping students close to home with a specialized environment supports Goal 1, safe and connected schools. We promote individualized learning in Goal 2 by offering a program for students with most significant needs in the LRE continuum. We support our staff's growth and find innovative ways to attract talent in Goal 3. And by utilizing PA 18 funding for facility and operational costs, we support Goal 4, operational efficiency. Understanding center placement requires a brief overview of the least restrictive environment continuum. Before we look at the continuum itself, it is important to understand how these county-wide programs are delivered in Michigan. ISDs have different models for center programs. Some ISDs directly run these highly specialized programs themselves. However, Oakland Schools, our ISD, uses a different model. Oakland Schools asks the local school districts to operate center programs. This means if the district opens the center, we will be operating it to serve students in Oxford and in Oakland County. If you look at the image here, you will see where these programs fall on the LRE continuum. The continuum ranges from the most restrictive, such as residential school or homebound services, where students have limited access to non-disabled peers, to the least restrictive, which is general education. Center programs, like a separate school, are typically considered only when a student shows a lack of progress in their resident district's continuum of services. The resident then initiates consideration for county center programming through Oakland Schools. Ultimately, the IEP team determines if center placement is the student's free appropriate public education or FAPE. This map illustrates the current Oakland County Center programs as of March 2025. Programs are categorized as separate or integrated. Separate means a standalone building with limited or no access to non-disabled peers. Integrated means a portion or a wing of a building, allowing some access to non-disabled peers, and it is intended for students who are making progress in transitioning along that LRE continuum. The current challenges in the county include the fact that the limited existing autism spectrum disorder programs are currently at capacity. There is no dedicated separate center for ASD elementary students anywhere in the county, representing a critical gap in our LRE continuum. Even if capacity existed, the vast majority of current centers are in the southern parts of the county. Students in the northern regions, like ours, face lengthy and challenging car or bus rides to school, which can be especially detrimental to our students with disabilities. Placement data provided by Oakland Schools highlights a critical need specifically for ASD programs. This data was included in the packet from the PA 18 reference group that Dr. Milligan provided the board with last month. During the 24-25 school year, 32% of central coordination requests were for an ASD program. More recently, from August to October, central coordination received 34 placement requests, with 38% of those being for an ASD program. It is important to reiterate that receiving a placement request does not guarantee center placement. It is still an IEP team decision. At the time of Pine Tree's closure in December of '24, 11 students were awaiting consideration across all levels. We have been informed by Oakland Schools that some of these students have been awaiting consideration since 2023. So these numbers are not up to date, but it does demonstrate the need. And I know, James, you raised a very important point that our program could eventually reach capacity and potentially have a wait list. That is the fundamental nature of successful center programming, and it is a possibility that we acknowledge. For this reason, as we will detail in the upcoming slides, we have proactively built growth capacity into the design of the center. If years down the road we maximize the program's enrollment, and we will approach that challenge with the same commitment to problem solving that has brought this proposal here today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Courtney to discuss some of the financing.
Okay, Oakland Schools has a dedicated pot of money that's available to Oakland County districts for the purpose of starting a center program. These funds are set aside and can only be utilized for starting or improving an approved countywide special ed program. In order for us to be able to start the ASD Center program here in Oxford, we have initiated the PA18 Capital Needs Application process. On September 22nd, Oxford Community Schools submitted our application to Oakland Schools. Oakland Schools then reviewed the application and completed analysis to determine if it addresses the current needs within the county. On November 10th, the Oakland County Special Ed Referent Group had the opportunity to see a version of this presentation and review the application, where we received a unanimous vote to move forward on the next steps of the application process. Upon approval, the requested funds are provided from Oakland Schools to Oxford Schools through a reimbursement process. By utilizing capital project funds, we are committing to operate the program for a term of 25 years. However, there is some operational flexibility that allows us to run affiliated classrooms elsewhere in the district if the needs change during that time period. Our application total was about $3.7 million and included all expenses related to opening the program, including items such as facility and site prep, safety and security, technology needs for both students and staff, office and classroom furniture, signage, landscaping, purchase services, as well as allowable amounts for contingency and indirect costs associated with the project. Keep in mind, these are preliminary estimates. Once we have the final approval, we will start the bid process to get more accurate amounts. We have also received feedback and suggestions throughout this process that could result in small modifications to the initial application request. But keep in mind, any of those changes that to the initial application will be reviewed and approved by Oakland Schools before any changes go forward. Funding to operate center programs is generated differently than our general operating budget. Rather than revenues coming from sources such as foundation allowances, taxes, or grants, funding for center programs comes from a tuition-based model. The cost per student is based on the tuition formula and is spread among those resident districts that have students enrolled in the program. The tuition formula captures all costs of the program, including staffing, equipment, and other expenses such as training and materials. Included in tuition are also line items for overhead and indirect cost. There is a 7% contingency built in for unforeseen program expenses. This could include things for like building repairs or future capital needs, and this amount would be required to be reserved in the program fund. There is a line for indirect costs. These could include administrative or other services necessary to support, but not directly tied to the program. This amount would fluctuate based on the MDE's approved rates each year and the total estimated budget. Land rent is calculated based on $2.50 per square foot. The building that we will be utilizing is about 10,000 square feet. So for our budget, that would generate roughly $27,000 annually. Unlike the contingency amount that is to be reserved in the program fund, the indirect cost and land rent would be revenue generated for the general fund. Because we do not know the student count or individual needs this early in the process, I've generated a mock budget just to give you an idea of what is included. Keep in mind that depending on the student's needs and staff that is hired, this will change. At the conclusion of the 24-25 school year, we had 2 resident students that were enrolled at Pine Tree Center in Lake Orion. Due to the lack of available elementary ASD center programs within Oakland County, external placement was not an option for those students. As a result, in the fall of this year, we welcomed them back to Oxford Community Schools. To support this transition, we modified a classroom at Clear Lake and secured the necessary staffing to meet the students' specific needs. Because this is an in-district solution rather than a center placement, the district currently bears the full cost of operation, or full operational cost. As you can see, there's a significant variance between our current cost and the previous tuition rates at Pine Tree Center. Aligned with Strategic Plan Goal 4.4, which prioritizes the implementation of fiscally responsible strategies, we are proposing a long-term cost savings measure. We are requesting $3.7 million from Oakland Schools to establish the center program here at Oxford Schools. Our projections indicate that without this funding, or if another district does not establish a comparable program, we will be forced to spend more than that $3.7 million of our own general fund resources over the next 6 years to meet our legal obligation to provide FAPE. Securing this funding now is the most financially prudent path for the district. Program operations are managed in a special revenue fund. Much like our child care or food service funds, it will have its own dedicated accounting and will be kept separate from the general fund. The budgets are reviewed and regulated by Oakland Schools. We will also be required to follow county comparability guidelines. These drive our staffing ratios and ensure we remain compliant with MARS. The program will maintain a standalone fund balance. Again, much like the child care and food service funds, they are audited by our same auditors, but they are reported separately in our financial statements. So looking at some key takeaways, due to the lack of center programming available in Oakland County, Oxford bears the full cost for extensive special education supports needed for our resident students. An agreement with Oakland Schools will secure necessary capital funding to construct a specialized facility tailored to these students' needs. We will transition from funding 100% of operational costs to a shared tuition model, distributing expenses across all participating districts. And Oxford's obligation will be reduced to tuition rates only. Additionally, the program will generate new revenue for the district through facility rent and indirect cost recovery. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jessica.
Before I walk you guys through the proposal site of this, I wanted to give a brief introduction. My name is Jessica Taylor, and while I might be new to Oxford, I am not new to special education. I've actually spent the majority of my career in center programs or residential programs. I've been a supervisor of a district before my family spent 2 years in China and brought me right back to center programming. So again, might be new to Oxford, but this is something very, very passionate in my career of special education. The proposed overview location is at the OEIC campus. Currently in that building is the Oxford Virtual Academy, Bridges High School, LOFT, our adult transition program, as well as the OEIC administration offices. The picture up here is the proposed building along with the outdoor sensory area. You will notice that where the location is proposed, we are looking where there are 3 residential houses and an existing mother house. Those 4 buildings that are currently on the OEIC property are not usable properties, meaning that this project or another project, they will have to be removed as they are not usable properties for the district. So the reasons for this location. Number 1, safety. Positioning the center near the main road minimizes wait time during medical emergencies. There are students that would be attending the center that may have medical emergencies, and by creating a bus loop up front, that could also be used for an emergency entrance as well. Transportation. The front of this property allows for a bus loop and a staging area for those buses. This is a very important part of center placement. These students are going to be coming from across Oakland County. We actually can't give an estimate number of how many transportation services, be a van, taxi, or bus, will actually be entering into the campus. So I'm gonna go back really quick. By creating this bus loop up in front of the proposed area, this would minimize traffic through the rest of the OEIC campus and kind of keep the traffic path just there for the center. Utilities are already existing where the residential buildings are at, lowering the cost of bringing things in like electricity and water lines. And then lastly, proximity. The shared campus location provides access to centralized security, food and custodial services, as well as additional staff support. So this is the entrance to the OEIC. The removal of this retreat house would allow for the road widening, improve bus turning radius, and provide safe staging area for boarding and unboarding of the students. This is the overview of the site location. The current parking lot that is there right now, where you kind of see the storage, thank you, storage units are at, will be expanded for additional staff and visitor spaces, while the center and the outdoor area will occupy where the existing house locations are. Again, these houses and the retreat house are not usable properties. So this is a broad overview of the site location, including where the parking lot would be on the left, as well as where the center and the outside area would be on the right, where the houses are currently at. So the question of why modular. So going with a prefabricated building gives us a timeline that a new construction cannot accommodate with this immediate program need that is currently in Oakland County. The prefabricated construction offers substantial cost saving compared to the traditional building methods. And Mobile Modular, the company, provides customization capabilities that are essential for meeting our learners' specific needs. So I want to point out some of this is Mobile Modular's, and I don't know how to get rid of the countdown clock in the corner, so I apologize. Some of their builds. So this is Birch Grove Montessori and University Prep, located in Rochester, Michigan. This is the most similar builds on the website. That is what we are proposing. It is a 10 classroom unit with shared restroom of about 10,780 square feet. This is also the overview, again, of Birch Grove Montessori and University Prep. This is the most similar to what we are proposing, a 10-unit building. On the Tuesday before the Thanksgiving break, the PA18 referent group, along with some board members and Dr. Mulligan, were able to visit Notre Dame Preparatory. This is a modular building that has been actually expanded by an actual brick and mortar building attached to the modular unit. Their modular building has 12 classrooms with shared restrooms. The thing to point out here was the build time was 139 days. When we went and toured, they said that they closed down come spring, and come the fall, the students were welcomed in with a completed school. Just a couple other to look at the prefabricated buildings of Mobile Modular. This is Spring Lake Alternative Schools, located in Spring Lake, Michigan. This is a much smaller build, but again, it's 4 classrooms, and they were able to customize for the shared restroom and storage. Again, build time was 62 days. Highland Park Daycare in Highland Park, Illinois. Again, a smaller build, but I wanted to point this out with the customization that Mobile Modular allows you to have. They were able to put in Jack and Jill bathrooms where you can enter the bathrooms from either side of the classroom, allowing for the customization of the clientele at the daycare. So there's a lot of common misconceptions when we talk about Mobile Modular and prefabricated buildings. We hear a lot that there's lower quality than the traditional construction, but the reality is they're built to the same building codes and standards as traditional site-built structures. A common misconception that they're temporary structures or they're trailers. These are permanent structures built on a foundation that are designed to last 30 to 50 years, the same lifespan as a traditional construction. They don't meet the safety standards. Well, they must meet or excel all local, state, and federal building codes. Installation is quick, so the construction must be rushed. There's actually months of precise engineering in their warehouses, and fabrication and quality control occur before they come on site. So the pieces of the building would come on site. They are taking care of this in the warehouse as opposed to on site. So this is a visual concept where the school would be in the front with the outside sensory area in the back of the school. This is the proposed design, again, the 10-unit build. We are not proposing for all 10 of those to be into classrooms. We are proposing to open 4 classrooms with connecting sensory rooms, meaning that the classroom would open into the sensory room through a doorway that is in the middle of the wall. And the front 2 sections would be turned into office space as well as a multi-purpose room. Each of the classrooms will be customized to have a bathroom that is large enough to accommodate changing needs of our students, as well as the possibility for independent bathrooming with staff assistance. The entrance of the building is to the left of where the office space is in multi-purpose, so there's an entrance there with a double door before you actually enter the school. So you have the office spaces, the multi-purpose, and then the bathrooms, double door to the classroom, the sensory of the classroom. And then at the far end of the school would be the exit to the outside sensory room that would be fenced in. So site prep, the demolition and removal. The 4 structures that are there would need to be removed: the outdated utilities, abandoned water wells, the asphalt driveways, parking lot trees, and miscellaneous items. We would have to do some site grading and land balancing, a new water main for proper fire protection, new domestic water and sanitary sewer services, stormwater drainage systems, and runoff management. We'd also have to asphalt the bus loop with staging area, staff and visitor parking lot, and then we would have to develop the student outdoor area. So safety and security. The first 4 on this page are what every Oxford student receives, as well as they would have this at the center. Campus security. Campus has armed security conducting regular patrols and safety assessments. Badge entry, the building will be accessible by badge entry. Mass notification, we will have at the center the same mass notification the rest of Oxford uses, as well as cameras will be located on the interior and the exterior of the building. We are also adding in some extra safety features. If you notice on the plan, there are no exterior doors in the classroom. This mitigates some of the risk of elopement. This is a design creation that Mobile Modular is allowing us to have. The hallway doors are actually also a secondary visual barrier, as well as a second set of door barrier. And there is going to be a secure perimeter fencing with a single entry point will enclose the outdoor area. So the technology, again, we're looking at the same technology that every Oxford student has. Promethean boards in the classroom. Staff will be equipped with district standard technology. We are looking at a Wi-Fi infrastructure that will support both the staff technology and essential student devices. A lot of these students will be using AAC communication devices such as iPads and will need access to the Wi-Fi as well. We will also be asking for a video conferencing, a virtual meeting ready conference room. This eliminates the travel needs of parents, knowing that these parents could be located in any part of Oakland County. This would take away that barrier of them having a connection to their student's school. So this outdoor sensory space, this is actually a virtual rendering from the company we've been working with, provides a calming sensation or stimulating activity to self-regulate. Develops both fine and gross motor skills in a purposeful built environment, encourages parallel and cooperative play. And again, this area will be fenced in, and this also adds on a level of independence, allowing that independent play where they can have a little bit of freedom safely from the staff to play outside as well. The sensory rooms are going to be very specifically designed with the gross motor power-up tools. This will be your swings, rock walls, climbing, and monkey bars, as well as looking at the calming sensory tools of the power down. These are your bubble wands, your light walls, and your projection screens. Here is a rendering from one of the companies that makes the sensory rooms. These floor plans are customizable to support therapists and staff in facilitating the individual therapeutic goals of the students. Specialized equipment will be installed by certified installers. These safety and features will include cord covers and enclosures for outlets, amplifiers, and light sources will be included in the cost already. Training and maintenance is provided both on-site and virtually by the company. And on this design, in the bottom left corner where there's a green square, that is the calming area. It is very separately spaced out from the power up area to a power down section for student regulation. So the transportation plan. Resident districts will assign appropriate transportation per each student's IEP. We will widen the entry point and dedicate a bus loop facilitate efficient, safe vehicle flow. There will be a designated staging area providing a secure waiting and queuing space for buses. The nutrition service plan. The kitchen and cafeteria are located on the main campus building. There is much experience with satellite cafeteria services where the meals will be delivered to on-site, and the meals will be consistent with the OEIC menu. Community integration and inclusion. Partnership with the Oxford Public Library and development of a sensory-friendly story time where they would come to the center in hopes that we would then when we work towards it, a library visit. We would have access to local elementary schools for gym use. The high school pool would also be available. Local businesses, including the trampoline park, offer sensory-friendly experiences. And then we're pursuing additional partnerships with restaurants, parks, retail locations, and recreational facilities in the community. Therapeutic recreation. So these therapeutic recreations would be the students' specials. So we would contract with outside agencies to provide therapeutic art and the arts and recreational services. Currently, we partnership with FAR, Therapeutic and Recreation, for music, rec therapy, and art. The importance of this for their specials is these people are highly trained in a therapeutic approach to give the arts to these students. There is a partnership with Oakland Schools. We are assigned in Oakland Schools Autism Spectrum Disorder Liaison, and throughout this implementation, that will help with the design and layout planning, the classroom setup and configuration, the professional learning and training, and instructional material selection. So this is not an independent of just Oxford alone. We would have Oakland Schools as support through this process as well. And I'm going to turn it back to Pam.
And thank you for bearing with us. I know some of you have seen this presentation a few times now. We wanted to proactively address some key concerns we've heard through the consultation phase, including staffing shortages and the potential for pooling resources, and the nature and flexibility of that 25-year commitment. So concerns about staffing are extremely valid, so we do want to thank James for bringing this up. It's important to understand why job openings exist, because sometimes just looking at our postings can be misleading. So for some of the reasons we have postings, those might include that individuals shifting roles internally, new enrollment or unexpected needs of students may necessitate additional staff. We can expect some resignations or leaves just as any other organization. Sometimes roles are posted proactively to build a pipeline before a formal need is defined. And positions aren't closed immediately, so those positions remain open during the onboarding process. So we do currently have a few openings, such as a school psychologist. We are positioned well with 6 school psychologists in the district, but we did budget for 7, so we would love to get that additional psych. Our EC/SE paraprofessional, Ryan and I hosted a Leonard job fair yesterday, and I'm pleased to announce that we filled that position, so that will be coming down after onboarding. We have an OHS resource room position posted. There's an end of January retirement, so we wanted to get ahead of that. And we just had an SLP posting go up today, but I have a few leads, and I'm really hopeful that we're going to be able to fill that pretty quickly. We would employ proactive recruitment strategies to staff the new center, just as we do all our other programs. We don't have a passive process. We build a pipeline of high-quality specialized staff. First, we actively work to develop our own talent. This includes promoting programs to foster future teachers from within our community, such as our current paraprofessionals who want to further their education, teachers who want to add endorsements, and we engage directly with local college graduates to bring them back to the district. Is something happening to your screen over there? Okay, thank you. We don't just wait for people to apply online either. We host our own job fairs and set up tables at community events to make direct personal connections with potential candidates. We leverage the Oakland Schools Consortium for a much broader regional reach. We review position pools and make personal connections with individuals who are just beginning to explore their options. We would also be looking to post our center positions as early as January, February to ensure that we're at the front end of that timing cycle. Our strategy involves making our district the most attractive place to work. We negotiate competitive contracts that recognize and reward experience. We offer incentives like extra duty pay for our paraprofessionals, and we rely on strong staff recommendations because happy employees are our best recruiters. Unexpected vacancies are not a new challenge for us, so we appreciate James for lifting this up as well. Our unexpected vacancies arise, we do have protocols in place for immediate coverage. We quickly secure a sub to fill the role, ensuring that there's no gap in supervision. We use our ancillary support staff to cover gaps quickly so that we maintain student support without interruption. We build a pool of go-to substitutes who are familiar with our program and students, allowing us to pull in familiar faces quickly. And it is important to note that this is not a new problem for us to tackle. Our building admin and special ed staff are already skilled at securing necessary coverage when unexpected issues arise, and we always ensure continuity for our students. There was also feedback about fear of staff being pulled, which is understandable. We prioritize placement that benefits both students and the educators' professional strengths and preferences. This means we don't want to put individuals in positions that they don't want to be in. The language in our union contracts supports choice for our staff, and the new center will have its own service providers, which mitigates the risk of pulling staff from existing Oxford positions. I know this is hard to see, but this slide identifies the current center programs and how long they have been in operation. This is important because the most recent and closest program to us, Pine Tree Center, closed in only 8 years. And we have learned from Lake Orion about what it takes to make this program successful. This slide highlights that the other center programs in the county have been running anywhere from 22 to 60 years. The left are the 3 districts who utilized the same funds we would like to, all of which were running prior to tapping into that funding. The years in parentheses are how long those districts are into their 25-year commitment, and Edison has utilized the funding more than once. The list on the right are center programs operated by choice without the commitment, all of which have been operating for over 20 years, and Bloomfield Hills at 60 years. This demonstrates the long-term need for these programs. Even though the long-term need is there, we completely understand that the 25-year commitment is hefty. It's important to note that the commitment is not to the service, it is to the service, not the location. This means we retain the flexibility to house the program with similar space should the district's needs change, and in the future, we could review facilities to determine if shifting locations would better support all learners. For inquiring about the contract that we will have with Oakland Schools. With tonight's resolution and Oakland Schools' final approval in the next few weeks, Oxford can start the negotiation of that contract. The contract will be reviewed with the board prior to accepting. We were able to confirm that in the event we can no longer run the program, we can negotiate the ability to make repayments over time, protecting our cash flow, and we would also maintain full ownership of the facility, ensuring the physical asset remains within our community. Our proposed timeline for the project spans from April of 25 to August of 26, launching the center for next school year. Phase 1 included research, board presentations, the Oakland Schools referent group, and final approval. Phase 2 involves the bid process, issuing purchase orders, submitting plans for permits, and beginning site work, including excavation, foundation, and utilities. Phase 3 covers connecting utilities, interior work, installing network cabling, and finalizing all future and equipment orders. And Phase 4, the final launch, would include final inspections, furniture setup, and an open house before opening to students. In closing, I had written and read a letter to the PA18 referent group just about who we are because they don't know us. It was a group of directors, superintendents, parents, finance officials throughout the county. I'm not going to read that letter tonight, but I did want to lift a message, and that is why we initiated the project. So first, foremost, and most importantly, it's for the students. We're driven by the need to give students with more significant needs a school where they truly belong, close to their home community. This allows their families to know that we want them here, and we are committed to providing the specialized, appropriate education they deserve. Second, it is a responsible approach to long-term cost management. By partnering with Oakland Schools and utilizing PA18 funding, we are addressing a local need while offsetting the significant capital and operational costs that would otherwise be borne entirely by the district. And third, we are helping to address a severe regional gap. By opening the center, we help with the critical shortage of dedicated programs in North Oakland County. And if for any reason this effort does not unfold exactly as we hope, we feel we will still have done something meaningful. We will have lifted up the message that every child deserves a safe place to belong, and we will continue to advocate for every student. And while I have the mic, before we end, I want to express my profound gratitude to our staff, to our special education department, our administrators, teachers, counselors, and support staff, to all staff members who work every day with our students with disabilities. You are valued and supported. I am truly honored to work alongside people who care so deeply for children. That concludes our presentation this evening. Questions?
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? James?
When we get to the point where we're moving forward, we're opening up, what's the total number of students that we expect to have at start when we open this center-based program?
So the start is a little bit, it's not going to be at full capacity like day one of school. We also need to take into consideration that these kids need to adjust, these kids need to transition. It is an IEP team decision. Once we move forward with this, we can start opening up the referral process and start looking at those IEP placement considerations, but it will not be full. We're looking at capacity of the building around 24 to 28 students, depending on the age range. So the age range in special education depends on the age of the student, how many students to staff ratio there can be in the classroom. So really, it's going to depend a little bit on the need of Oakland County.
Okay, so 24 to 28, and that's elementary, correct?
We're looking at elementary and possibly middle. Again, it's hard not having numbers from Oakland County since they aren't accepting right now referrals because there is no placement for them. They have not been accepting elementary. We have, with our design, some flexibility in being able to shift classrooms and design where we need to meet the need of Oakland County.
And then being optimistic and we move forward to max capacity of the current modular buildings that we're looking at, what are those numbers?
So again, we would have to take into consideration that even though it's a 10-unit building, there will not ever be 10 classrooms in there. And we do have to take into consideration that these students will still require sensory spaces. When we have the students in the building, I would say we might have the flexibility to transition 2 of those sensory rooms into additional classrooms, but again, it's going to be very dependent on who the students are and what their needs are at that moment that they are in the program.
So more than 28, but less than?
Like 35.
35, okay.
My rough math.
Okay.
Wasn't counting.
I had some questions around the numbering, or the finance side. So when you guys went back to, and I'm going to jump back slides here, we're talking about what we're currently spending for our in-district kids was the 538,000, we'll say, and then tuition base is 170,000. Is that per student that we would be paying essentially to ourselves to the center-based program?
That was for the 2 resident students that we currently have. Because we can't predict the future, we were just using current information. So to educate the 2 students that we have currently right now in district, we're at about the $538,000.
Yep.
The center tuition estimate is based off of what we paid for those students to go to Pine Tree last year. Just to give you kind of a contrast of what we would pay in tuition for both students and what we're paying to educate for both students.
With us running the center-based program, do we still have to pay tuition essentially to that program from our budget?
Correct.
Okay, I just
Yes.
want
Yep.
to make sure.
Yep,
All right.
so the tuition is calculated for every student in the program, and then it's calculated on a per student, and then if we have 2 students, we pay times 2. If we have 5 students, we pay times 5, just as any other district would.
Who determines that tuition cost?
The budget.
The budget, okay.
Yep, so that would be, variable based on how many students we have, what their specific needs are, if they need extra services, all of that factors into that budget.
Okay. And then back to the budgeting question on there, we talked about the funds that would stay inside of the program, reserved for the program, like roughly $136,000, and then the additional stuff that would go to the general fund. Is there a reason why that the indirect costs and the land rent stuff couldn't stay within the program to keep it money there for expansions and down the road stuff? Or does it have to go to general?
It could potentially stay in the program, but what we're required is the contingency must stay within the program. The indirect cost and the rent revenue has the flexibility to come out. So we could move that money into general fund, and then we could decide to use general fund to make a renovation to the building, or we could leave it in the special fund. That would be a decision that we would make through the budgeting process.
Okay.
Right, so the contingency is bound by the ISD's 7%, so that number, we could never take the contingency higher than the 7%, or they would change the tuition. That's what John was telling me in my ear.
No, I like it, but I'm trying to think of ways to make sure that we set up this program for the most success as possible. And if we're not legally obligated to put that stuff into the general fund, I'd like some creative thinking of trying to keep it within the center-based program for long-term growth and achievement of the program, and to serve our kids and not like later on down the road be looking at stuff. I'd rather it be more packed with money so we can give them everything they need in case, we get to a point where we definitely got to do it, and then we have the funds there.
Absolutely, and like I said, those can be decisions that we make on an annual basis and, reflect the budget accordingly. And I just want to make sure that I made it very clear that this is just a pretend budget. I took an 18-student average salary, based off of some input from Pam and Jessica on what the needs of a hypothetical student count would be. So those numbers will change based off of student count, staffing, specific needs, et cetera, but that just kind of shows you what would go into calculating that.
Okay, and my last question, and then I'll give up the mic. On slide 50, the contract will be negotiated and reviewed by the board prior to accepting. Looking at the resolution and stuff, it states that we'll be doing the resolution, but then we authorize the superintendent or designee for it, and I just want to make sure that we're clear. We still will be able to look and see and approve the final contract from Oakland Schools, or after this resolution, if we pass it, then that's it, we'll just get a preview of it and it moves forward, and if there's any concerns or anything. And that might be a Tanya question.
So from a perspective, think about a few months back, the board authorized the debt refunding resolution, and within that, there's really 2 primary things. 1, authorizing the district and administration to do the refunding process, and 2, authorizing the administration to finalize and execute what was termed the bond purchasing agreement. That's basically the key contract associated with that whole process. That was a $23 million authorization piece. This is very similar in that structure from the perspective of the first point under the resolution actually is the board's recognition and authorization saying Oxford Community Schools will do this program and we're charging administration to establish and operate it. And the second one is kind of a corollary to it saying, here's the contract that's set up between Oakland schools and Oxford schools. The contract really speaks to how that money is to be used. It governs how to draw the money, it governs some of the use of the funds themselves, it governs the timeline around it. So that's where the negotiating and finalization piece comes in. The way the board typically is involved in that process would be, for example, through the Finance and Facility Subcommittee process. So as we're moving down that road, the contract itself is pretty much a set document that's got some small changes that we want to make to it with the ISD, and I'm sure at this point they want to make a few tweaks. It does evolve a bit over time. But at that point, that's where, in my head at least, the utilization of the Finance Subcommittee, like we've done with many other similar situations, gets reviewed with, involved with, feedback, and kick the tires. The underlying concern about not having that authority to finalize and execute, it exposes the district to say, from a situation where the board's authorized administration to go charging down the road to establish the organization. We make the commitment to the ISD. We start doing all the correlating and parallel planning, such as the bidding processes and getting licensure and permits and things like that lined up. And then as the process goes along, there could be, for whatever reason, the board may have to put a hold on from the contract perspective and not authorize it. So I don't, in an attempt to clarify that not happening, that's where I go back to, as an example, what we just did with the bond refunding. That's why it's done that way. And that's where the use of the subcommittee comes in. So beyond the subcommittee use, I'm kind of probably more curious about as to what would be a visual that you would see that would be kind of a more board involvement. Or does that make sense what I said in terms of typical processes of how it would go?
It makes sense for it. My hesitation is we're entering in a 25-year agreement with Oakland Schools to run a very important program for a very significant need in our student population. And like we're going to talk later about the insurance stuff, I'd like to see the finer details of what that contract is before we get involved or approve or move forward with it, right? I don't want to have any gotchas or ahas or, oh, you should have known this and stuff. I'm very supportive of this. I've asked all my questions. Pam and her team has been great at answering it, but not being able to see the details of the contract exactly, the way the finer tune. I've seen one of the PA-18 agreements from before, and there's some things that cause for a little pause. And so that's why in here it says that, you know, it'll come to the board prior to accepting. And then in the resolution, it makes it sound like we're going to approve it, and then that's it. We wash our hands of it, and we move forward. And so that's where my concern is, and that's why I said I think this is more of a Tanya question and not a John question, all due respect.
I think, in other words, he says, zip it, John.
Yeah. I'm going to the boss, and I'd like to talk.
Well, I think and I appreciate you lifting that up. I think, as we've talked about our team of 8, it's a partnership.
Yeah.
And I think historically, we've done a really good job of communicating and bouncing ideas off of one another. It's not my way or the highway. It's really working together collectively to ensure that we have the best contract for our staff, for our students, for our community. And, you know, we've had a stellar team, as you pointed out, really working tirelessly. And that doesn't stop.
Right.
I mean, the resolution gives us the go-ahead. As Courtney mentioned, there are so many things that have to happen. And we can't keep stopping and starting, you know, waiting on votes and what's not. And so I believe what John was saying is that, you know, we just refinanced a bond and I signed up paperwork for $22 million, right? So this is something that's within our purview to do. But the most important thing is that we continue the communication and keep the lines of communication open. We share the information on a regular basis, which is our habit anyways. So I think it's really about that more than anything. And John is a very good negotiator. So I have no doubt that the contract will definitely be in our best interest. And if there's anything in there that is of concern, we will definitely have those conversations and share them with you.
No, and I appreciate that. You and Pam and everybody, when I've had very direct questions and maybe, coming across as very, passionate about it, you guys have been kind and patient with me, so I appreciate that. With this one, it just kind of popped up right now, and I was like, I need it answered before I can have a clear conscience. So thank you very much to everybody for that.
Exactly how many Oxford students, residents of Oxford, are going to be in this program?
So we can't exactly, we don't have the crystal ball to look at what the future is. Currently, there are 2 Oxford students that would have a spot in the center starting in the fall. If the need arises later, that number could change ultimately, but right now it's 2 resident students of Oxford.
Okay, and I believe when you presented a few weeks back to the community, this is going to cost us $3.7 million. Am I correct or no?
So it will not cost Oxford schools $3.7 million. We're going to receive the funds from Oakland schools. They have a dedicated amount of funds set aside for these needs. So because it's a county-based program, we're going to get that money from Oakland schools and we're going to run it here with no Oxford schools money being used.
Okay.
Additional questions, comments?
Mike? I just appreciate the thorough and detailed presentation. I know we have seen this a couple times, but there's a lot to it, right? And I appreciate the comparisons. I understand that there are estimates, but that is it really helps to paint the picture of what needs Oxford has alone, right now. And also just the county, North Oakland County, and the lack of supports in North Oakland County. And even without, I guess, what was the estimate? What was the estimate based on when we were comparing what we're spending now in the next 6 years to what general capacity as far as that's concerned?
This slide?
Yeah.
This was just for the 2 resident students that we have now. So think about.
And so you just compare, that was approximately Pine Tree plus inflation or something?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So that was just taking, considering
Correct.
we would have 2 students that we would need to educate to get up to that amount that we were going to use to start the program. It would happen very quickly that we would reach that amount. And this could grow exponentially if we have 2 more students that come into the district.
And so,
Or middle school, if we have to, integrate those students into the next learning area.
Yeah, so this is the projection of what it would cost us doing nothing, the one in district on the middle column.
Correct.
Is what it would cost us currently if we don't do anything with the center-based program. There isn't another center-based program opened up. I know there's no plan to right now, but if we continue as business as usual as we have it right now, that's the estimate of what it would cost us, versus on the right is an estimate of what it will cost us with the center-based program.
Correct. So we wanted to make sure that we were not negating that we would still have to pay tuition for the students. So it's not like, another program opened up and they would move out of Oxford schools and we wouldn't have to pay anything. We would still pay tuition, whether they're in our program, center program, or in another district center program. There would still be a cost, but it is significant, the increase in cost to do a non-center based program.
Yeah, so like I said, I appreciate it. I appreciate the planning involved. I know we had talked about a few different locations in that campus, and it seems that this is going to work out very well. So originally I didn't foresee that being an option, so that's awesome that we're able to do that as well. So I thank you for your time and dedication. I know I've only seen a glimpse behind the curtain, right?
And I know you have tirelessly worked on this, so I appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
I'd like to echo that, but first I have a quick question. For the safety and security measures that we had discussed about being added to the proposal, where are we at as far as, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, but just a expected timeline of when you are going to add our additional needs that we discovered, and when they'll come back to tweak their side? Do we think that's going to be January?
So once the resolution passes tonight, there are a few more steps at Oakland School. So the referent group will vote one more time. Then there's a special ed subcommittee that's going to vote next week. And then it'll go to the Oakland School Superintendent. And then once he passes it on, it goes to the Oakland Schools Board, which they meet, I believe, the same night we meet in January. I want to say it's the 13th. So once that is final, and we get the full approval, then we can go back and make revisions. They'll give us the go-ahead to go and get more accurate quotes, to put out the bid process, and we can do a revision to the application. And I believe I did mention that if we have any revisions, even the ones that we did get from the board and other community members recently in all of the groups that we've met with, they all will still have to be approved by Oakland School. So while it is their money, we don't have an open checkbook. There still is, oversight on what we make changes, but I think the changes that we discussed are reasonable. I think that they're necessary, and I spoke with Michelle at Oakland Schools, and she didn't really seem like it was going to be a problem to make small changes. Now, if we double the project, that might that might open up some questions, but Oakland Schools also has, this is just a small amount of what they have in the budget set aside, so there is some flexibility of that money there. It's not like this is a major project like some other requests have been, where they're building a brand new building, a full-scale build where it's $20, $30, $40 million. Really, $3.7 million is nothing to be able to get a program available in the county.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will just say that, Pam, when you approached us for this, I think it was very clear that the board said, okay, this has to be very, very well researched, and I am happy to say that you more than rose to that occasion. The time, the effort of your whole team, just really astounding. I mean, from the very intentional classroom layouts to the careful planning you executed with the interior and exterior security. Not only does it make financial sense for the district, it makes so much sense for the kids who need this, and to identify it and to really dig in and done all of this amazing work. I just want to say that we appreciate it and we thank you. And I will echo what someone said in an email today, that you're the all-star team. We know it, they know it, and it's going to be in very capable hands. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, volunteer promotion.
All right, so with appreciation and gratitude for everything that you guys have done, I'd like to move to approve the ASD Center-Based Program Resolution as presented.
Support. Mike Whitney,
second.
thank you. Discussion.
One last, I just want to, I appreciate the community input. And so we've had some speak at the meetings, we've had emails, phone calls, and I really do, because some of you are much closer to something like this than we are. You see behind the curtain on that side, right? And so I do appreciate that. Amanda mentioned an email. I appreciate the involvement that this team has been with the community, and the community's getting behind them, and knowing that if there's a team that can make this successful, it's ours. And so I appreciate that from the community as well. So thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, James, if you would take roll call vote on this.
Yep, roll call vote. When I call your name, I need a yes or no, please. Mike Aldred?
Yes.
Sarah Campigioni?
No.
Mike Whitney?
Yes.
Shane is absent. James, yes. Ann Atchison?
Yes.
Amanda McDonough?
Yes.
All right, passes.
All right. It is almost 10, so I did just want to throw out to anyone on the board if we need a 2 to 3 minute recess, or do you want to keep running through? Are we good?
If somebody could grab me a water, I'd appreciate it, but we can keep going if that can happen.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's do a
I'll
quick
just go run now.
2,
Thank
3
you.
minute break.
was very emotional. I said that was very emotional. Just cried a little bit. Just the snow is going to start to come down soon. If you see me walk out, is that okay? Okay. I got a little. All the districts by me are closed, by the way.
I'm watching. Look, I'm working with my North Oakland soup.
Your North Oakland soups, they're not in it for some reason, but everybody around me is closed. Anyway, I'm still going to come in tomorrow, but I just want to. It'll be later in the morning if we're closed. So if you see me leave, it's because it started snowing and I have a 30-minute drive, so. Yeah, do that. Do that. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, be safe. I'm being responsible.
We're sending them to Tanya's house. It just snowed, they're going sledding at her house.
Hey, thanks. Hey, Tanya. 172. Districts have already closed.
Sir, look. Oh my God, it is not. Sir.
Hey, John. I just told her, I was like, come on, do it.
Now you're
No, none of the northern. No, not me. No, I just thought
I was
I'd,
like, the
you know.
most northern one is what, Waterford right now?
Yeah, none of the northern districts are on
Rochester's
board.
got a PD day tomorrow, so you can't look at it.
Yeah.
They went virtual for it, yeah. So, look.
No, I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding you. We're sticking with the plan.
I mean, they've been texting me. They're all like, we're waiting.
Yeah.
Come on, show them that Ohio champs.
Oh.
We're calling it.
No.
The Buckeye says, close it down. I'll tell you what, you call it.
That's right.
I was like, you call it, and I told you, I'll bundle the kids will come over and go sledding at your house.
Oh, well,
Dr. Milligan.
That's going to be a dangerous high. How
Ray
are you?
Davis, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as
Yep,
well.
yep.
Sorry about the epic timing.
Is what it is. So we'll hang in there. I've had a lot worse.
Okay,
So
well,
don't
that's
worry.
good. That's
Yeah,
good
don't
to
worry.
know. Oh, gosh. Whose mic is
How are we doing? I'm just turning on. How are we doing? Almost. Oh, we're still missing. Governance, James, do you want to give us an update on that?
I'm actually going to defer to Ann because I wasn't able to make the meeting. She's got the notes for that. So,
Okay.
Ann, please.
Thank you, Ann.
Right, we met to review the board operating procedures. There weren't any notes or suggestions from the previous draft of it. I did want to raise up the quarterly meeting agenda items that you'll notice on page 8 that has the different list of presentations to expect from each quarter. We did add the quarterly safety update to each of those quarter lists, but just also the importance of reflecting to that list if something comes up in the meantime of when to expect an update, and if there's requested information to be included in that update, to know that that would be coming down the line and when to expect that in the schedule. If there's other items that board members would want to suggest to be added to any of those quarterly lists, that's something that would be great to go ahead and let us know so we can discuss where that might fit best in those lists for each quarter. So if there's a strategy we could approach to make sure that the team that would be responsible for that presentation would have that schedule and have that notice so that it would be something everyone can rely on, and that predictability would aid everybody for being able to prepare to have that presentation as well as have questions and the material ready. Does that make sense?
So for example, are you talking like, I know this has come up recently and Tanya and I have talked about like grants, an update on grants and where we stand, and would this make sense yearly or semi-annually, or what the board would like to see? Is that what you're essentially getting at, or things like that, items like that?
Right. If there's something, obviously, Tanya's always raised that if there's anything last minute, anything that is pressing that needs to be lifted up, something unpredictable or unexpected, obviously as that comes, that would be as necessary. But if we could have a predictable schedule of presentations so that they could be prepared and expected. So if there's anything that anyone wants to think about and let us know, we'll be meeting back in January. That'd be great, because otherwise we're looking at the draft of this as being ready to roll out at this point. And was there anything else? Presentation schedule. Oh, we also wanted to look at before the retreat, page 17, that point of contact. We want to just lift that up for that we want, obviously, challenges to be addressed as they are received, but we also want to make sure we're starting at that first contact, so page 17 of the board operating procedures, and that's something that is also readily available on the district website. Under the documents, departments, communications, you can find this point of contact progression chart. So it's easily shareable if you're conversing with a community member that has brought something to your attention or otherwise, but that chart is so helpful, super valuable. So just want to put everyone, draw your attention to that, since this is a new page that has been added. Anything else on that? No. And then the January board retreat coming up, January 23rd, 9 a.m. to noon. Just working on the focus of that retreat and any suggested scenarios that we could incorporate. That was all we discussed. Did I miss anything, Sarah Beth? No, I think we got it. Okay.
I do have, I know we've kind of talked about this, and I just want to reiterate that it's a little hard to follow along without a red line version. I know maybe that's just because I'm so used to that in policy. But I'm having a bit of difficulty keeping up with some small changes and when they occurred, and I've essentially just been relying on running it through what's different. And so I wanted to go over a couple of things to see if it was purposeful or maybe get a little more clarification. Like page 19 that used to be there about conflict resolution amongst board members, that was gone in this version. I don't know when that fell off or if that was supposed to fall off. But I just want to talk about a few things if you guys know.
What page was that?
It was page 19 on a past version of board conflict resolution. I think it was from the October version, and it's not in the one that was attached to board book.
I think when we talked about that goes, board members will commit, and I'm looking on page 14, board members will commit to upholding the Board of Education Code of Ethics Policy 2302, as well as the Board Leadership Code. And each board member will sign the annual conflict of interest. Board members will share with each other and superintendent legal advocacy. So I know that because the policy itself talks about our board conduct and how we'll work with each other and resolve conflicts, or, you know, be respectable to each other.
A lot was condensed as well into like page 16, that communication that could have also been covered there. We were definitely not deleting anything, but more of a organizational.
Well, yeah, I understand. I didn't see it in there, and I just want to be able to follow along better because, you know, this is our roadmap. This is what we are expected as board members to understand, read, and follow. And for example, there was another one. Let's see, I wrote it down. Oh, when you're seeking professional development, that the request is supposed, and I have to find the page number. I had 13 written down. So let me read out exactly. But it basically spoke to the fact that you would participate in a board discussion regarding your request before, share the location, what you hope to gain, the cost, registration, and then also after the fact. And I wanted to have a discussion about what that looks like. Does that include, you know, OCSBA dinners? Does that include the webinars that some of us partake in?
So look at page 15, because there's onboard professional development, or ongoing, professional development, ongoing professional development, and we talk about before attending the event, the criteria, during the event, the expectations after the event, and then we reference the reimbursement requirements and going back to our board policies that are the district's requirements for reimbursements. Is that?
That's what I'm talking about, yes, correct. But what my issue is, I don't know when this was updated and added to the operating procedure. So for example, there's an OCSBA dinner coming up on the 17th. This would be our only meeting before then. Whoever's going, we wouldn't have known to come tonight to say, this is what I plan to do, unless someone else did. Right, so all I'm trying to say is that if we are making changes and expecting the board members to follow this operating procedures, which we are, and we are in agreement that it is very needed, I think it's important that we know when these changes are made. Does that make sense?
It does, except for every time that we've made a change, we brought it back and it's been posted to board books, and we've talked about it during that and asked for feedback and stuff like that. And I'm not discounting what you're saying. So I think we'd have to go back through board books and see those stuff. There was a discussion, and we talked about, like, after this final, like, because it was a work in progress when you guys started it last year, and we've been kind of fine-tuning and adding more stuff and filling content in there, that there'd be like a change logger at the very last page of last updated, and maybe what's changed and the date and stuff. Being that it doesn't have to be board approved, because it's not like a policy and stuff, I think that was something that we talked in the last meeting prior to this latest one of, I think that's important to have, because I heard your feedback on that of knowing what's been changing and stuff on there. But even for longevity, to know, hey, we're actively revisiting this every quarter, every year, you know, and we have a log of when we make changes to it, so we can see the revisions.
I don't think the intent was any local dinner meetings. I think we're more on the topic of, you know, seminars involving more cost to the district and how to use those funds responsibly, as well as, you know, travel costs and all of that could entail for any one of us to attend. So the local dinner events, I don't know if that would be as necessary, but we could include that if the board felt that was necessary.
Is that
Well,
part
I
of our
get that.
membership?
I'm sorry.
Isn't that part of our membership that we agreed to when we were in the Oakland County School Board Association? When we agree and we renew that every year? That's part of the membership, those things. So it's, to Ann's point, it's not really a cost. I think it's great that if we go to them, we bring something back and present to the board, but beforehand, I don't know if it needs to, if it would, because it's not a pre-approved reimbursement, because I mean, it's just our time to go there.
Right.
Am I missing that?
I'm just trying to have a conversation, because
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there was any, you know, intent. I'm trying to understand, because it says professional learning may include webinars, online courses, conferences. So my first thought goes to webinars. We participate in many webinars. Tanya and I just did. They do, you know, MASB provides them. Those are frequent, and I just want to make sure that the expectation is clear amongst board members that, because when we talked about this in an open meeting, we did talk about recently about going to a conference and the proper way to handle that and the expenditures and all of that, but we never discussed before attending events that it should be required as the operating procedures now say. And so in order for board members to live up to the expectations and standards outlined in the operating procedures, we need to be aware of them. And that's where I'm just having, because it's 20 pages, and so you brought up 2 instances that were changed, but I've never heard this one, right? And just having a better understanding so that we can all follow it. Does that? Is there a better way, essentially, to track changes so that we are all on the same page, and that when new expectations are added,
Right, that suggestion was definitely made, and I think we had made note of that moving forward. This was already the draft from the previous.
Okay, so this would have been more than a month or so ago. then.
Yeah.
Correct, so that's what has been
Yeah.
in here. So
Okay.
going forward, we could either have those sections highlighted, or like you suggested, the red line, if there's deletions. So moving forward, that we could draw more attention to any changes that obviously make sense, because all of us want to be aware moving forward so that there's no surprises or anyone is caught unaware that they didn't happen to catch the fine print, so to speak,
Right.
if something changed.
Yeah, I think that would be something that's very beneficial, especially as we talk about next year moving into the turnover rate on the board, and just getting into that habit with governance, that new changes and expectations for board members are kept up to speed, so that we can all make sure that we are properly fulfilling our roles. Mike?
I think it just comes down to revision, right? So kind of like what Amanda said in policy, you don't have to go through all of the document, but revision A, these are the 3 things that we updated, done. Like, conversation's over, we just went through these 3 things, we don't have to go through the pages, those type of things. So whether it's a revision or just notes as to what was changed or updated or consolidated, that's a simple versus going through each page or finding it in here from a previous version. That would probably be the only thing I would say. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, that's definitely been the practice of things that have been raised up as they've come that we address at our committee meeting, and that keeps it flowing and makes the changes relevant and applicable. And I really appreciate the November 2025 on the cover of this, so we can see when it was last updated, because that's always my question is, when was this last looked at? Which version is this? So.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you, Governance Committee. I know that you're all very passionate about that work, and I appreciate you doing it for the betterment of our board and our future board. Is there anything else you wanted to add before I move into policy?
Oh, no. Nope,
Okay.
that was all.
Just making sure. Okay. This is a little disjointed on the agenda. Yeah, so we'll bounce back to first reading and approval after I go over the committee update, I guess. But we're bringing back for second reading, obviously, the ones from before. We had essentially two on this one. Anita spoke to 5407 and the associating form with that. We're not making any revisions. It was straight from Troon. And she did comment that she really appreciates the form and the usability of it, so that was excellent to hear. As far as 3410 goes, now this is an optional policy, and this is on first reading, so if you're comfortable with feedback tonight, great. If not, think about this one, please, for the next meeting. This is the opioid antagonist policy. And we did make a revision, making it a .01 to include contracted personnel. And so a little background on this is that at this point, right now, before this policy, there are Fortis personnel that have access to, I'm drawing a blank, Narcan. That's essentially what the opioid antagonist is. And this would solidify it in policy that it be available in all of our buildings. And so an initial thought was that it would go somewhere next to the AED machines, for example, in each building, and have it accessible by our contracted Fortis personnel. And the reasoning for adding contracted personnel is because the way the policy was originally written, it only included employees, and we wanted to be very cognizant of what we already put on our staff plates and all of the things that we already ask them to do, and this would require adding another training and another yearly, keeping up with it. And so we had gone back and forth, and I appreciate Tanya's and the rest of the cabinet's input on this one, and I think that this is a good compromise, but again, it does not have to be adopted. If someone feels strongly that it shouldn't, we can talk about it, but this would essentially give us the flexibility and have it within every building of the district, so.
Just a
kind of a long-winded overview of that.
Question.
Yeah.
So I know and forgive me getting into the weeds on this, but like with our substitute teachers and stuff, don't they go through our vector training stuff too, right? For like bloodborne and stuff, or we require them? So this would be very similar to that, right?
So, and some of our staff are already trained. Oh, I'm glad Allison's still here.
I was just curious, like if
I'm
Fortis
probably
did
going to
the
get the
same
number wrong, but I know at least 28 of our staff are already trained in this, but I'm gonna let her go.
Okay, so this is covered through an additional training that is done by a nurse. So our Oakland Schools nursing consultant has been a great partner with us. It's a part of a larger course. So there are 28 staff members in addition to our Fortis personnel and our SROs who are trained in administrating Narcan. But like Amanda had already said, adding that additional one more training onto our staff when we have people that are present, as well as a great response time from our first responders. That was kind of why we didn't want to add that on to everyone else's plates for just one more thing.
Nope,
Thank you,
I
Allison.
appreciate that, thank you. It's only beneficial, I don't see like any negative to this, I just was, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on policy? All right, well then let's bounce back to item B. John, I believe, is going to speak to the process and overview of the insurance proposal.
Good evening. Yes, from the insurance information that is contained in your board packets. So from a process point of view, and based on the board's request to look at changing the workers' compensation and property casualty insurance provider, the district's been working with Katie Carlson, who is with Gallagher, in terms of the process used for generating the respondents and informational quotes for both workers' comp and property casualty insurance. In terms of that process, we've been working with CETSAG along with our own data in terms of providing information, loss run experience information, current comparable policy information, estimated payrolls by classification, staff counts, things like that. Working with Katie's group to communicate with potential vendors. As identified in the memos, there was one respondent for the workers' comp quote with a workers' compensation quote, a total of 8 vendors contacted on the property casualty side, 7 of them declined to quote. So from that process, moving into a overview of the actual workers' compensation recommendation piece. And let me know if you have questions along the way, or if when I do the overview of the workers' comp piece, maybe ask questions at that and go that format. So on the workers' comp side, in your board documentation, there's, or in your documents is the workers' comp insurance recommendation memorandum. Maisel Workers' Comp Group and Accident Fund provided a quote with an annual pricing of $105,124 and a partial year quote of $78,627. The partial year issues really, Maisel's fiscal year runs different than our fiscal year. So they run on an October 1 to September 30 cycle. So that's really, should the board decide to go with them for our workers' comp, we would jump on with a partial payment to give us to the starting point of a new fiscal year for them, and then the full year's quotes would kick in. So there was not a whole lot of difference between Maisel and what we're actually getting provided through CETSAG. The workers' comp world is highly regulated under state law. So really the only real operating changes, there'll be some procedural changes. First one that comes to mind is Maisel has a slightly different approach to an employee injury situation where they do a screening process that's a little different than what we're used to with CETSAG. So some procedural changes and protocol changes on the processing side are probably the only things that would be of notice in terms of the district. From a pricing point of view, Maisel's quote's actually about $6,000 or $7,000 less expensive than we're incurring now on the workers' comp side. So should the board choose to select the Maisel Workers' Comp program with the intention of changing as of January 1 or effective January 1, 2026, that will require the board to approve a resolution tonight at tonight's meeting. And should that occur, then there's some steps that are additionally done on the district side in terms of some other documentation that gets filed with them. So at this point, if you have any questions or concerns or thoughts on the workers' comp? Good? Okay. Well, I was ready to get into the weeds. Okay, never mind. So from a property casualty recommendation point of view, again, the same process was filed, different sets of loss run information, things like that was provided to and worked through with Gallagher and with the quoting parties. So again, in your board packets, there's the recommendation memorandum. Middle Cities Risk Management Trust provided a quote with an annual pricing of $689,731 and a partial year quote of $342,365 for, again, if we switch as of January. So they run on the same time frame that we're currently on, so this would be, we would pay the 342 beginning January. We file for reimbursement from SETSEG to get half that year's quotes back, so there'll be a little changing over in time change from a money perspective. So, but there are some differences between what Maisel has proposed relative to what we currently have. In your board packets, there's a pretty good rundown of section-by-section comparisons of what we currently have with SETSEG versus what Middle Cities is quoting. I'm going to mix up those acronyms. Maisel's workers' comp, Middle Cities will be the property casualty vendor. So the changes that what I refer to as being material are kind of jump out to the most. The property claims deductible under Middle Cities proposal is typically $3,500, where we are currently operating at $25,000 with SETSEG. So that's a substantial potential savings in terms of that process. Builder's risk insurance of $7 million is built into base coverage with the Middle Cities offering. Right now, it's a standalone conversation with SETSEG and identifying what projects are coming, and then there's an additional pricing piece added to what we pay for our property casualty related to builder's risk. The built-in amount of $7 million with Middle Cities, if we know we're having projects that exceed that amount, then it's a follow-up conversation with them, similar to the SETSEG format. Once you breach $7 million, then there's going to be an additional pricing piece for, let's say we've got a $20 million project coming up. So then that other piece would be dealt with separately. Middle Cities does contain a rather unique approach to excess liability, and this is probably a driving reason why they were comfortable quoting us. And really the big picture item that's probably holding back the other respondents that did not decline to quote was a time frame issue relative to our recent history and claims. Typically, they want to see be 7 years out from major events. We are not there yet, but from Middle Cities, because they addressed the excess liability piece, and I thought it was a pretty unique way. So right now, under that category, if we have some kind of event that breaches that dollar amount and gets into what's known as the excess liability layer of the insurance coverage with SETSEG, it's the first 100,000, it's 100,000, right, I believe, is on the district, so it's self-funded the first 100,000, then the coverage from SETSEG goes from there. With the Maisel proposal, the first 2 million, once we breach 2 million and get into the excess layer, then a deductible will apply. So the operating difference there is under the current model, if there's an event or a claim that falls under that category of insurance, we're going to pay our deductible first and then get into the insurance coverage. Under the proposed model, there's insurance coverage first, and then depending upon the scale of that need, once it breaches the 2 million level, then this additional deductible would come online, and then once that deductible is covered, then we'd go on with continued insurance up to, I want to say it's a combined 11 million? Yeah.
Just to clarify on that too, with the current program, you're quoted with $100,000 each and every claim for the deductible, so the district would be responsible for any GL claim, that first $100,000 piece. What Middle Cities proposed is they are proposing that it's not on your primary 2 million of coverage. It's once you hit that 2 million, there's a $250,000 retention for reaching that 2 million point, and it's a total of $500,000 per year. So that's important because with your current program, it's each and every claim. There's no limit on that, whereas the proposed Middle Cities program, it would be a cap of $500,000. There's also an endpoint to it, so after 3 years of favorable loss history, I think the language in there is 60% loss ratio, then the carriers would be willing to remove that and it would be 0. So I just wanted to clarify. It gets confusing.
Totally jump in at any moment. It's 10:22. It's approaching my bedtime anyway. So, So from another item that jumps out under the general liability section, there's a premises medical payments process that, under the current SETSEG insurance, premises medical payments, there's, I want to say it's 5,000 deductible and 20 or 25,000 cap. That's an insurance option that SETSEG has in the current program. So if a student gets hurt on premise, their primary insurance is their personal health insurance, their family's personal health insurance. Should they use all that capability up, that's when this piece comes online, as SETSEG has it structured now. That program does not, that approach is not done under the Maisel grouping. It's the deferred to, just becomes, it's a family insurance issue at that point. And in terms of the addressing on that piece, there's really no comparable in the proposal. That's the same. They just rely on what's known as the governmental immunity piece of associate. If a student or someone's hurt on premise, it's not covered. So it's, think in terms of a comparable being like in the athletics world, if a student gets hurt playing athletics programming, that's again, the district's insurance doesn't cover that. We do offer, in that example, we do offer a standalone that they can buy, the parents can buy athletic coverage insurance. So that's a similar concept of how Maisel approaches that. The underlying insurance doesn't address that. Similar to the way SETSEG did it. So that's a variable difference.
I just want to jump in here too, just because we received this concern when you see the verbiage, you know, when you talk about governmental immunity, it is, just want to be clear, this is not in any case of negligence. We still have the liability coverage for anything like that. Everyone has a right to a lawsuit or grievance, and that does not erase accountability, parents' rights, and so I just wanted to communicate that, because when some community members saw that verbiage, it was a little jarring, but thank you for that, and I just wanted to add on a bit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So if there is any type of negligence or duty on the district, the coverage would still trigger. It's just the med pay coverage is more of a private commercial type coverage where, if there's a injury where it was truly an accident, and there's nothing that's fundamentally wrong there, like with, a sidewalk or a playground, a piece of equipment. It's just kind of like a goodwill type payment. So it's typically not used in public entities, the premise medical. So I would say in our means of the insurance and the world that we see, it's not a huge differentiator.
So another thing that's a differential too, under the Middle Cities offering the insurance coverage related to injury or death from a violent act situation, as compared to our current provider, there's a total of $11 million of per occurrence liability coverage. It's a $2 million per occurrence plus a $9 million of excess coverage. So that's $11 million potential coverage relative to Middle Cities. That compares to $5 million of relative coverage from our current SETSEG program. There is also a differential piece on the sublimiting piece associated there. In our current program, there's $1 million coverage limit for the, I'm gonna make sure I get this one piece, it's under the School Violence Act piece, whereas under the Middle Cities program, it's a $250,000 limit. It's approached from two different points of view. The SETSEG current program has a higher dollar amount, but it's got a lot of sublimits built in. So situationally speaking, there's the differential of the grand total of $1 million of current program versus $250,000 of the proposed program. But what Maisel does with the $250,000 under a situation like that, they literally cut a check for $250,000 to the district for the district and board's decision as to how to use that funding. As comparable to SETSEG, because they have different sublimits, whatever the issue is may not reach the $1 million, it may be capped at $100,000. So it's a cleaner approach on the Maisel side, but the total capacity, potential capacity of coverage is less. If I remember right, that if we wanted, as a district, we could provide or negotiate for or get additional coverage in that realm?
Yeah, there are carriers out there that will provide quotes on a standalone basis, so if that is an area of concern, we can always obtain a separate quote. But the Middle Cities program is the 250,000 limit, so, and as John pointed out, it's your discretion how to use it, so. Also with the prior program, there's certain vendors that you are required to use. So that's another thing with those programs. If we did obtain a quote, there would be, they call them panel vendors, and they would be assigned in those types of situations. And in order to obtain the coverage, you do have to utilize those panel vendors for that specific line of coverage.
So then, we do expect some operating changes, so similar to the workers' comp world. The approach from Maisel, it's a smaller organization. I believe there's less than 26 members. We'd be the 27th, I think.
27th made up of school districts and community colleges.
So there's more of a committee approach to, actually even some of the claim level stuff, there's much more of a committee approach in terms of approval process and management process. So those would be procedural protocol changes different than what we're currently working with through SETSEG. And then from a money perspective, the annual quote for the proposal from Middle Cities, which would theoretically come into play July 1, is roughly $70,000 more than the year we're in now annual quote from SETSEG. So based on recent history in terms of the insurance policy cost increases relative to SETSEG, on paper there's a $70,000 jump versus what we're experiencing now. In reality, I'm going to guess that SETSEG would probably be really close to what that quote is, you know, because it starts in July relative to current pricing. So there's a little mismatch in the quoting, but some estimating involved with it. So at this point, board questions, concerns?
Can you clarify what you mean about the community claim process? What was that last comment that you just made, that because they're smaller, it's a community?
The whole pool is made up, it's much smaller. SETSEG's world is, you know, literally 600-700 entities.
Mm-hmm.
This pool is made up of 26 current entities, so to be a member means you're automatically a board member, and then some of the bigger claims come through, there's different claim subgroups or different claim management subgroups that are reviewed by an internal working group of this pool. So there's a different process as opposed to currently with SETSEG. We just file with, if an event, whatever, let's say when like the middle school transformer came here.
Yeah.
We filed to trigger the claim, and we'd still file to trigger the claim in Middle Cities world. But in terms of the process into which the claim is administrated and oversight, it's different procedurally. There's more active participation in terms of my interpretation is, there's more active participation on the Middle Cities group because they are smaller. Sure.
I can clarify a little bit on that. So Middle Cities Risk Management Trust does have several committees. They have what's called their executive board. So their executive board, it works closely on reviewing policies, recommending any types of changes to their program, and also they get involved in claims and those types of things. So if there is a claim that the committee has to review, it does get reviewed between an executive board, which is made up of school business officials or community college business officials. And so there is an opportunity, I would say, for members to be involved in that process, where you get a proxy almost, you get a vote. And whereas your current insurance provider, there's no voting system, it's made up of your standard insurance partners that kind of make those decisions. They have the claims team that makes those decisions, their leadership that makes those decisions. Whereas in this pool, it's a member-run and member-owned organization. So when we say member-owned, everyone gets a vote. there's a say in how the process is in those types of things. Does that help kind of explain just that internal process of how things work there?
Slightly, it just raises other concerns that I wasn't aware of. Just noting that only one other Oakland County school is a member, and so we're looking at other members, if that's the term used, that would be voting and making decisions based on our needs, but we would also be the second largest school in that member list from what was given to us, if that's current. So I'm out of the 26 members, we would be the second largest, and other members would be dictating whether our coverage is approved.
No, so I would say the coverages are the coverages, so the things that they would be voting on could be potentially things like changes to the policy or changes to the bylaws and things like that. So the coverage is already there, so you have what's called your memorandum of coverage, which dictates whether the policy is going to respond in that situation. So there's no board member that could take away coverage if it should be afforded. It's more a committee group that kind of helps determine, like, if there's complex claims, how they're going to handle those types of situations. But the executive director of the organization does also engage the member as well. So they will make a phone call to that member and explain what's going on and what that process is. So I would say it's just a more hands-on approach and a more, versus a claims adjuster just being the only one involved in it. So there's other like groups, so there's an opportunity there for everyone to have their voice, is how they operate, essentially.
I appreciate your expertise on this, Katie, and all of the organization that you've put into gathering these materials. In the quote process, what do you typically see from schools that have a district that has experienced a loss, where then coming for a quote before 7 years? Are we really limiting ourselves? Like, obviously we would be open to many more options if we were 7 years out from our tragedy. So in your expertise, what could we expect if we were to wait and receive more information down the road?
Yeah, that's a good question. It is, in the carriers world, it's still new, right? So they still have to account for the claim and the value of those claims, and also there's still things that are open. So it does add challenges to it. So when a carrier looks at quoting a school district, they look at anywhere from 7 to 10 years of loss runs in that claims data. And those get accounted for into what they're comfortable providing. So I would say, if you're, it does paint a different picture for those underwriters if you're 10 years out and the claims are closed, or 7 years out and the claims are closed. If they're, one thing we wanted to make sure when we did provide this quote is we wanted to provide an option for the board in case there was discomfort with the current provider too. So it's just a different approach, and they were able to provide some flexibility and still provide a quote with those still being open. So I would just say you would probably have a few more options. I don't know, I can't say pricing wise what it would look like. I do still think Middle City's quote that they provided is competitive in the current circumstances, and it is, I would agree with John that it's likely going to be about the same price as probably what the renewal would be when you are coming up. But I would say, as far as carriers being able to provide an option, once those are all settled, I would say that there would be more options.
Thank you.
John, I have a question. Are you functionally for or against moving to Middle Cities from SADSAC?
Interesting question to put on the spot.
I'm trying to understand, I mean, you definitely were thorough in the comparison. My comfort level is with your professional opinion, operationally from Oxford, for, against, will help us understand. Maybe the rest of them get it, but I don't. I want to understand your position. It's important from my perspective.
My position would be the initial request to look at moving did not originate from me, my officer, or the administration perspective. From an operational working with SEG, just from a pure operational side of things, they've got their pros and cons. Middle Cities has got their pros and cons. Since we've gone down the road, I would defer from actually at this point a board comfort level, because based on, at this point in July 1, the changes are, there's a few wins on one side and a few wins on the other, so that in the end, the choice to stay or go would cost the district roughly the same in premium and some changes in protocol alone. So from an operational side and from a fiduciary side, there's the potential for a slight cost increase on the property casualty piece, depending upon what our current provider would set us at renewal. On the workers' comp side, because we've gone down this road, I'm very comfortable with the workers' comp. It's actually a cost savings. It's procedurally 99% of the same. There'll be some minor protocol changes, some changes of culture-wise that we would do to get aligned with that pool. But if I were to make a decision, actually from a perspective of your perspective, from a business point of view, I'm neutral on it. It's not a fiduciary issue in terms of costing more. So I, in my mind, see this as a board looked at issue. So I would turn the question back at yourself, saying in terms of, as a board, if it's a comfort position and or whatever reasons there may not, you want to change a vendor, that's entirely up to you. That's in your prerogative.
Thank you.
I hope I talked around in circles of that long enough to get myself off the hook.
Excellent job. That is counting towards your time. Any other questions, comments? James, yeah?
Yeah, to kind of, I feel like, Mike, this is an ask of the board, Mike Aldred, but I'm hesitant on it. I don't want to change for the sake of changing, right? I want to make sure it's the right decision on this, and I'm not an insurance expert, so I listen to all this stuff, but with your question on that, John's tap dance, which is fine, is it possible, I guess, let me start over. Is it possible to do the workman comp and stuff with Mid-City and not do the rest of it? And so we have two different providers?
Yeah, there are districts. So as long as the current provider allows you to continue with the P&C and not the work comp, which I think they do.
I think they would. Haven't gone that route.
I believe they are separate programs. So as long as that's acceptable, Maisel would allow the district to join on 1/1 for the work.
Okay.
Further questions, comments?
There is a third option. If this is not, if we want to change as of January 1, then tonight is the hard stop for a decision. If you want to look at changing July 1, then you've got some time. So in terms of my professional opinion, to your point, Mike, if it's a conflicted situation, that's the third option.
Well, I think we've in my opinion, we started this conversation sometime in summer, and it's gone through Finance Committee. We've all been involved very heavily throughout the process. There was an additional workshop, multiple hours. We had another Zoom the other day. There has been an incredible amount of materials to go over. So again, thank you for everything that you've shared. It has been very helpful. We've really been going at this for a while, and at least in my opinion, I have a very comfortable viewpoint based on all of the materials given. There has been a wide bandwidth provided, and so that's my personal opinion. And I do think when we look at, we recently switched over healthcare providers, to a pool, and that has been such a monumentally positive shift. And from my viewpoint and looking at the trade-offs, because there are, and we've talked about it, we've all gone through it, I'm not going to be redundant, but there are definitely trade-offs to where with this we get more, with SETSEG we got more, but overall, to me, I personally see that the benefits outweigh, and so I'm comfortable moving forward. I don't know what the feelings are the rest of the board. Either way, I would prefer not to punt this to July, it being our only option.
I will, if it causes any, or helps solidify anything too, one thing with the middle cities, you're only required a minimum of 1 year into their program. For whatever reason you do join, and you just have to be with their program for a year before you decide to change. So some pool programs it is longer, so I just wanted to point that out as well as you're making your decision.
To that question, what we've been presented here was the only options that came back that bidded back to our stuff, correct? So we could be in a boat in a year where we're totally dissatisfied, we put it back out, and we get no options in return. And we're essentially stuck. Oh, okay.
It is a possibility, correct.
I just want to raise up that I don't think this was before the Finance Committee as to the point that you stated, Amanda. This was raised and discussed, and John was in the process of getting the quotes, and it was only at the workshop that we were all invited to that this was actually discussed and presented. We didn't have any prior materials, we didn't have any prior information, and all of us weren't even able to be there. So there's still some of us that haven't had these discussion moments, and we're also missing a member today that has a very valid point of view. So I don't think this has been digested nearly enough for the weight of this decision. That is my concern. I requested an additional Finance Committee meeting, which was not addressed. So I would have loved another opportunity.
I did speak with Tanya, who said she spoke with you because both of the members that you requested, it was Shane and Sarah Beth who missed the original. You requested the second. They both could not attend that second one either. So just as an update to that, just want to be very clear that they could not attend that Monday. So here's a fourth option. How about a special meeting before Christmas? Give everyone another couple weeks before we make it again. I mean, when was the workshop in November? So that would be a total of 2 months if we push a special meeting. Would that be something that you're comfortable with?
There's nothing here that I need to see additionally. The information that I'm aware of, the explanations that have been given are what they are, and I don't need any more information to know my position on it, but I do feel like this has been very rushed, and there are members that still have questions that haven't had the opportunity to digest this information. I don't know how everybody else feels.
Yeah, there's a lot to digest, to go through it. It's a large decision that has impacting ramifications to it. I want to defer, or would rather that we continue to look at this and start looking at a July 1 cut date to change to a new provider, at that, or at least have some more time to look at options. How long does the quote or the bid, the package that we got, how long is that valid for?
The one in your packet is valid as of 1/1, so essentially that price for the PNC would be good up until January 1st. If you do decide to move to 7/1, what we'd have to do is we'd have to get updated loss information 90 days prior to the 7/1 effective date. So it could change the pricing either up or down depending on how that updated loss information looks.
I'd like to hear from the ends of our board table at this point, because this was a little unexpected, and I feel like just the central is talking. So Sarah Beth, Mike Whitney, can I please have some
I can give
input?
I guess I can give input. And we have been talking about this since sometime midsummer. Kind of that's when the ball started rolling. To my knowledge, all the board members, I know Shane did, all the board members got this packet, and even the ones that weren't there, present. I mean, we've had adequate time to digest it. If there's concerns about what's in the packet, that's one thing. But if it's just that you haven't had a chance to go through this or get your questions answered, I feel like we've had adequate time. That's my point of view. I'll say that.
Sarah Beth, any thoughts?
I guess in my mind, we can put this on hold for a little bit, because even though we have had that information, a lot of things have gone on, and not all of us have been able to thoroughly look at the information. Does that make sense?
I understand that you may feel that way. I do just want to point out that there were multiple emails sent, that the December 9th deadline was made very clear to all board members, that all packet materials plus the additional confidential materials that were provided to us, just so that we could do extra due diligence, and that was relayed to all board members, was so that we could be ready on December 9th. And so I guess if we're talking about a more time to digest issue, I would propose that we call a special meeting towards the end of December, or rather than punt for 6 months. But again, this is a board decision, so.
I'm going to be very clear. I'm not comfortable with any of this stuff. So special meeting or not, not to tip my hand, I'm not voting for it. Straight out.
I mean,
Right,
I guess,
to Mike's point,
that's
that's
a different
that's a
discussion, right?
different issue.
I mean, if and I haven't even said if I'm for or against it, right? But I think we've gotten enough information. Certainly everyone's busy, but we've had time. I don't think you can argue this. We had the workshop November 17th. We've had access to the materials since then. And so my point of view is, regardless of your decision, you should have a decision today. That's my point of view.
Could someone articulate what the goal was here in getting these quotes?
I think from, number one, from a due diligence standpoint, I think it came up. I think actually Shane was one of the ones that brought it up, so I'm not going to speak for him. But from a due diligence standpoint, we know that it does cost a lot of money. Our premiums have gone up considerably over the last couple of years, and that was one of the items to go look at what's out there. And so I think that was the main driver, really. I mean, the amount that the premiums have gone up over the last 3 or 4 years, it made sense to go see what was out there. Yeah. So that's at least from my point of view.
From my perspective and understanding, one, option, do we have any? And two, the operational experience that we had with our current provider drove the discussion about, is there an option that would better suit the District of Oxford and its students? And at this point, we have one option. That is my perspective.
I mean, just to be clear, I mean, one other option, right? I mean, just to be clear, I mean, we still have SETSAC, and so we have 2 options right now. My point of view is a decision should be able to be made tonight.
Are there any specific concerns that, while we have Katie here, we have heard a couple from down here that you're voting no because you're concerned about what's in it. Can you elaborate on that, and can we give Katie an opportunity to answer anything for you? Or I don't want to speak for you either.
And with discussing, talking about the executive board and the way that they do the processing stuff of things, I don't know, us being the second largest district in the group, in the pool, is a little, for me, it's oh man, like, you know, it doesn't make me feel comfortable with it. We talked about there's a discussion around representation from legal counsel stuff that was raised as a concern that I don't know if we fully got addressed or what that would look like. Everything that's been presented, and I appreciate the work and the diligence that's put in there. We stay with SETSAG or we go with this option, and I feel like we're quickly rushing to just do this, to change it, and part of me feels that we're doing it as an optics thing to separate and get away from SETSAG. Because there's been people in the community that don't like SETSAG and don't like how that's been proceeded and processed, stuff that we've had in the past with our losses, unfortunately. But when you're only presented with one option, is it really an option? I mean, it's a choice. Stay with what you have or go over here. I don't know. Maybe in July we'll have more options to choose from. You know, we've heard from the board table, good, better, or best sometimes. Well, this is it. And I don't know if this is best or better, or if it's going to be subpar.
In terms of, I guess, the concerns about the votes and having a say, one of the materials I think that we provided to was an appeal process that Middle Cities has established too for any member that feels like their claim should be reviewed. That's one unique process about being a member of a smaller organization, is being able to have those types of says. I would say with your current provider, you're one of 600. And so the voice when you're one of 600 members is a lot smaller than when you're, you know, a group that is made up of you know, districts of like quality and kind, and you know, they're all there for the same goals of being able to provide that service for their members when they need it in a time of need. So in transparency, whether the board chooses to stay with their current provider or whether they choose to move to you choose to move to Middle Cities, like, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to present the quote options that we were to, we want you guys to make the best decision for your students, your staff, your community. I feel confident saying that Middle Cities organization is a well-run organization. They've been around since 1987. Their membership is solid. They do a phenomenal job of providing training to their members and being able to put on a risk management conference. Like, they are about educating their members. They are about being a member-owned and run program. So from that standpoint, as an insurance broker, we would not present something that we're not confident that we're going to stand behind. We are a very transparent organization. We're very ethical. So when we stand here and provide an option, I can say that I'm confident that they are a really good financially sound group, and they are a very well-run program. If there's any other questions too, happy to address them.
What's the training that they provide to their members that you're talking about?
Yeah, so they do a couple different things. So Vector Solutions is one thing that they provide for their members, so all their members have access to the Vector Solution training, which I believe is something that I heard tonight that the school district does provide for their staff. A couple other things that they do, they provide a 2-day risk management conference where their members can send up to 4 staff members to the risk management conference. It's a 2-day educational training all geared towards risk management, insurance-focused, risk-based type services. And it's hosted in the Lansing area. It's all paid for by Middle Cities, and it's truly just to educate members and be able to bring that education back to the schools. They do lunch and learns, 4 of them a year, and then they do their annual meetings as well, which is their members come and they talk about insurance, they try to educate the insurance, but then also make sure you're aware of any changes with the insurance agreements as well throughout the year, and that you have time to be able to review those. So they're a very transparent organization that is serving their members and wants to make sure they're, have the materials for them back so they could do their jobs.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? I'm proposing 2 options. We have come this far, and to Mike's point, everybody should be ready for a decision. To Ann's point, we are missing a member. I would like to have this vote, however it falls, before January 1. So, opinions on voting tonight or calling a brief special meeting?
My thought process is if we're not going to vote, then we ask for a special meeting as a board within the next 2 weeks. We're ready by December 9th, so.
We could do it.
I honestly think that's as much as I rather not, but I honestly think that's probably the best option at this point.
Okay.
Hopefully, then Shane would be involved. Any other items can be answered if there's
Okay.
anything else. And we can have the whole board up here and make a decision. It should be short. It's the only item, right? So it should be quick.
Yep. Okay, so any other input on that? It sounds like a plan to me. If everyone could please get your calendars, and ideally we can get this squared away fairly soon. I know Shane is out of town for something very important, and I don't know his exact return date, whether it was Friday. So the rest of this week is out. Okay. So what about the 17th? It's the night that we have the OCSBA dinner, so most people have already planned to dedicate it to school board.
So I'm out from the 15th through the 18th, unfortunately for work.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The 15th through the 18th of work, unfortunately. That's not something that
Okay.
I'm able to go.
What about the 19th? Good on this? And 19th? And it doesn't have to be 7 o'clock at night. We can, you know, just like we can do it in the morning, we can do it in the afternoon.
We have the finance committee
Do you have
meeting,
finance that morning? Let's piggyback on that.
and so we.
What time does your finance meet?
8:30 to 10?
8:30 to 10? So what if we, do you want to go right at 10? Do you guys usually go over? Should we go 10:30 to be comfortable?
That would probably be best.
10:30
I'm good with that.
on the 19th? I'm not hearing any opposition, so I'm hoping that's good.
I need to verify and stuff. I can't commit to that right now, unfortunately. I need to, for work stuff.
Okay. I know Shane obviously was planning on being at the finance committee meeting as far as I know.
Okay.
And so that should be I don't want to speak for him, right, but that should be a high probability of him being there.
Can we say tentative and then we circle around with Shane and I'll be able to verify tomorrow of my availability?
Yeah, in the event that we have a board member not available, how do we want to proceed? Because again, all right, well, let's go with the 19th at 10:30. And let us know immediately if there's any conflict with that. Otherwise, weekends are an option, and we can, I'm sure, find a date that you're available, James, through the end of December, so, for, 30 minutes. I would encourage everyone, if there are remaining questions, to please get those in the next week. And let's move on. We are going to table that. Field trip, first reading. That's in everyone's board packet. I'm sure you're well aware. Can I get a motion for the OHS band field trip approval? Thank you, James.
Move to approve the OHS band field trip as presented.
Support. Ann, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I had already went through our policy, so you see the first readings. Would anybody like to make the motion to approve our second readings?
Sure.
Thanks, Mike.
Move to approve policies 2203.01, 3118, 3119, 4113, 4113F-1, 4113F-2, 5405, and 5412 as presented.
Support. I'll support. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, into our next item, G, our OCSBA resolutions. You've all had a chance to look at that. There were two. We cannot split them up and vote separately. They have to be voted on together. As a refresher, the first one is that OCSBA does not support political affiliated school board candidates. And the second one speaks to increasing funding for Section C of IDEA. So, are there any thoughts or discussion, or if anyone's comfortable to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Move to approve all proposed resolutions as presented.
I'll second it.
James, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The FOIA appeal, you've all seen, I hope, the reasoning for the recommendation to uphold the denial, because the denial does not fit into the actual procedure for a denial of a FOIA because the request was granted. And then additionally, further work was done after the fact and additional documents were sent. I know I'm going over a very high-level quick view, but if there are any questions, we can talk about it now, or if somebody would like to make a motion. James, thank you.
Move to uphold the denial of Corey Vanderkay FOIA 25-44.
Support. I'll support. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Unscheduled public comment. I highly doubt that one. Hopefully everyone's home safe. Okay. Scheduled activities. Onto a brighter note here. We have our holiday break coming up. Our next board meeting in January, although we will have a special meeting, it sounds like before then. And then, of course, our workshop, which was already discussed earlier. Administrative clarification, Dr. Milligan. No? Okay. Some final board comments. I had prepared a few for tonight, so I just want to say that myself and a couple other board members were able to attend Hannah's Garden on November 30th, and I just wanted to lift that up. It was so heartwarming to see so much of our community show up on probably one of the worst days, but also beautiful days. The backdrop of snow made for a really nice setting. It was very cold, but very beautiful. The time and care that our community put in was very evident, and so I'm just beyond thankful for our community and how supportive it is of one another. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as well, as I wanted to thank our families and community members for the participation in multiple avenues of dialogue surrounding the center, surrounding the insurance piece, and the millage proposal feedback. We have had a great response and a very engaged and active community when it comes to that. Of course, we always want more, so bring a friend. And I can't underestimate how valuable the feedback is and has been, and we just really appreciate those that have partnered with us in guiding these decisions. So wherever the camera is, thank you to the community. And then lastly, I wanted to thank our teachers and whole staff really for their commitment to our students and improving the quality of education and services provided every single day. This year has been a bit heavy. We have lost some in our community who were monumentally influential. We have staff and families coping with illnesses and other private traumatic events, so I just really wanted to point out that despite these challenges, we see you showing up and making differences every day, bringing such passion to your work and supporting students as well as each other, which is a really beautiful thing to see. So I just want to reiterate from the board that we see you, we appreciate you, and we hope that you have a very restful holiday break and are able to take some time for yourselves. And with that, I'd also like to wish my board colleagues and all of our families a great Christmas break. So, thank you. Now, we do have to make a motion to move into closed session if anybody would like to tackle that. Mike Whitney, thank you.
Move to meet in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 8H, to consider material subject to attorney-client privilege, OESPA Step 4 grievance procedures and standards.
Roll call vote, James? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, yeah. Or just roll call.
Answer yes or no when I call your name, please. Ann Atchison.
Yes.
Mike Aldred.
Yeah.
Sarah Capistroni.
Yes.
Mike Whitney.
Yes.
page. Shane Gibson, not present. James Summers, yes. Amanda McDonough.
Yes.
You can't, so we gotta do,
All right, we have to, this is a little different, yeah, so we're going to go into closed session now. Come back out, make another motion for the next closed session topic and go back in. So, yep, we'll be getting our steps in. Okay. It is 11:39. We are back from closed session, and we need another motion for our next process. Thank you, Mike.
Move to meet in closed session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Section 8A, to consider the dismissal, suspension, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against, or two, considering a periodic personnel evaluation of a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent if the named individual requests a closed hearing.
James, roll call.
Yep, roll call vote, yes or no, please. James Summers, yes. Ann Atchison?
Yes.
Mike Aldred?
Yes.
Sarah Campione?
Yes.
Mike Whitney?
Yes.
Shane Gibson, absent. Amanda McDonough?
Yes. Okay, 11:40, going back into closed session. Okay. Good? Thank you. I move to deny the grievance based on procedural and substantive flaws because the contract was not violated and the employment action was justified.
Support.
Can I get support? Mike Aldred, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving into our last one for the night, would somebody like to move? Yeah, thank you, James.
Move to meet in closed session session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 8H, to consider materials subject to attorney-client privilege volunteer consideration. And roll call vote, yes or no? Shane Gibson, James Summers, yes. Ann Atchison,
Yes.
Mike Aldred, Sarah Capigioni,
Yes.
Mike Whitney,
Yes.
Amanda McDonough.
Yes. It is 12:36. We are back from closed session.
I'm going to read a proposed resolution regarding closed session. Whereas Jake Thomas Foltz would like to serve as a volunteer coach in the district, parentheses, volunteer. The volunteer previously pled no contest to a violation of MCL 750.11A, which is a felony but not a listed offense as defined in the Sex Offenders Registration Act, MCL 28.72. The volunteer met with the superintendent's designee to review the circumstances related to this felony plea. Pursuant to state law and after careful review, the superintendent did specifically approve the volunteer's assignment with the district. The board carefully reviewed the circumstances related to the conviction, including the relationship of the offense to the duties of the volunteer. Now, therefore, be it resolved, pursuant to state law and after careful review, the board does approve volunteer's assignment with the district. Nothing in this resolution is intended to grant the volunteer any greater rights than any other volunteer in the district, and the volunteer may be dismissed at any time for any reason or no reason. All resolutions and part of resolutions that conflict with the provisions of this resolution are rescinded.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution as presented. Support.
Support, Mike Holdred, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
I got.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
Does it have to be roll call?
Scratch that, I didn't have my mic on anyway.
All right, roll call vote. Say yes or no when I call your name. Mike Whitney?
Yes.
Mike Aldred?
Yes.
Sarah Capigiorni?
Yes.
Ann Atchison?
Yes.
James Summers, yes. And Amanda McDonough?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. It is still 12:38, and this meeting is adjourned.